Okay, first let's take a look at this use of enough. We can use enough to express an adequate amount or number of something. So adequate means an appropriate amount or an appropriate number of something. With this use of enough, we use a noun with the expression enough or not enough. So let's talk about how we make this, and then we'll look at some example sentences and some example questions that feature this use. So first, to make this use of enough, we follow this basic pattern. We have enough plus a plural noun. So this plural noun part is important. Here's your hint for this section right here. If the noun you want to talk about is a countable noun, use the plural form. So that means the noun form with the S at the end. For example, markers or teachers and so on, the S ending. If the noun is an uncountable noun, you don't need to make any kind of change. For example, money or time. There's no S at the end. So keep in mind, we need to use the plural noun form. When I use an uncountable noun, though, there's no change to it. So that acts as the plural form also. To make it negative, we add not in front of enough. So not enough noun, enough noun. So let's take a look at some examples that use countable and uncountable nouns and see how we can express this. So here's a sample situation. Let's say 10 people are coming to a party. We are planning the party, or maybe we are the host of the party. So in this situation, there are 10 people we need to plan for. Here are the items we have for the party. We need to make some statements using enough with this information. So first, we have 10 cups. 10 cups. How can we use enough with this information? We could say, we have enough cups. We have enough cups. Cups is a countable noun. It's in the plural form here. Using enough here means there's an adequate amount or an appropriate amount. We have 10 cups for 10 people. It's correct, in other words. Okay? Let's look at the next one. One cake. One cake. We could say, there's enough cake. There's enough cake. So there is enough cake. So again, enough before our noun expresses an adequate amount of that. Next, we have 8 chairs. 8 chairs for 10 people. So we can express this issue with there are not enough chairs. There are not enough chairs, the negative, not enough chairs in the plural here. If you want to express this to the person you're planning the party with, you might say, we don't have enough chairs. We don't have enough chairs. So this we don't have or I don't have enough is a very common expression when planning something. Finally, one bottle of wine. One bottle of wine. One bottle for 10 people. So there's not enough wine. There's not enough wine. So wine is an uncountable noun. We don't say wines. You could, I suppose, say bottles of wine. There are not enough bottles of wine. But if your noun is just wine or another uncountable drink, you can use this pattern. So we use not enough to express that the amount is not adequate or not appropriate. Okay, great. So with this, let's next look at some questions. How can we make questions to refer to the amount or the number of something? First, are there enough countable noun in plural form? Are there enough somethings, in other words? For example, are there enough cups? Are there enough cups? This is a yes or no question. So in this example, 10 cups for 10 people? Yes, there are enough cups. Or if there are only 5 cups, you could say, no, there are not enough cups. So we use this pattern for a countable noun in the plural form. The next pattern is also a yes or no question. Is there enough uncountable noun? Is there enough uncountable noun? So, is there enough juice? Or we saw earlier, wine. Is there enough wine? Again, we have a simple yes or no answer. Yes, there is enough wine, or no, there isn't enough wine, or no, there isn't enough juice. So keep in mind, depending on the noun, uncountable noun or countable noun, we do need to change the beginning of the sentence, are or is. Okay, finally, the last question pattern I want to look at is, do we have enough noun? Do we have enough noun? This is a very basic pattern you can use when you're planning something. This is a great and very useful question. For example, do we have enough food? Or do we have enough drinks? So in these situations, you don't have to worry about countable or uncountable nouns. Do we have enough noun? This is a really easy one to remember if you're not sure if it's a countable or an uncountable noun. You can just ask, do we have enough of that thing? And that'll work just fine. Okay, so we've talked about this way to use enough, to express an appropriate amount or an appropriate number of something. Let's move to use number 2, which is very different. So when we use it in this way, we express adequate quality of something. So in this example situation, or in this section of the lesson, we're going to look at using adjectives and adverbs with enough. In part 1, we looked at using nouns with enough. So let's compare what's happening here. So in this situation, in this case, we use adjective or adverb before enough, okay? In the first one, we saw enough before the plural noun. So notice the position changes here. To make it negative, we just put not before the word. So not adjective enough, or not adverb enough. So let's look at some example sentences and break them down so we can understand what they mean. First, my grades were good enough to get a big scholarship. My grades were good enough to get a big scholarship. Here we have good, an adjective, before enough. So this sentence means my grades were of a quality adequate to get a big scholarship. Or in other words, I had such good grades, I was able to get a good scholarship or get a big scholarship. So this good enough shows that it was the appropriate level, or in my case, my grades were of a good quality. So I got the scholarship. Let's look at the next example. This blanket isn't big enough. This blanket isn't big enough. Here we have a negative, is not big enough. This means, in other words, the blanket is too small. That's like the opposite sentence here. Here we have big, adjective, before enough. In this case, not big enough. So we're saying the size of the blanket is not adequate. The size of the blanket is not adequate. But that's a very unnatural way to say this. Instead, we say, this blanket isn't big enough. It's too small. Okay, the next one. That boat is large enough to live on. That boat is large enough to live on. So again, we have our adjective first, and then enough. So this expresses the boat, the quality in this case is the size. It's large enough to live on. So again, these are all sentences that relate to the quality of something, the quality of someone's grades, the size quality of something in this case, or both of these cases really. And the next one is about music. The music isn't loud enough. The music isn't loud enough. So at a party maybe, you can't hear the music, you can say the music is not loud enough. So in other words, the volume is not adequate. I can't hear it, maybe. The music isn't loud enough. Finally, let's look at an adverb example. Sometimes we use this with adverbs too. Here's a good one. That car isn't driving quickly enough. That car isn't driving quickly enough. So here we have quickly, our adverb, in front of enough. So again, we're talking about the quality of the driving in this case. In this case, it's the speed, right? So the car is maybe not moving quickly, right? Or the car is not moving at the same pace as the other cars. So we can express that with, that car isn't driving quickly enough. Okay, let's look at some questions now that use this grammar pattern. First, is that restaurant nice enough for a date? Is that restaurant nice enough for a date? Notice this also, like we saw before, is a yes or no question. Is that restaurant nice enough? Nice enough for a date? That means, is the level of niceness appropriate for a date? So, is this restaurant good enough is another way to say that. Is that restaurant good enough for a date? Is it okay for a date? So you can use nice enough to show you're thinking about the quality of the restaurant. Next one. Is it cold enough to need a coat? Is it cold enough to need a coat? This is a question about the weather. Cold enough, where it here means the weather. Is the weather cold enough to need a coat? So is the level of the cold high enough to need a coat? So again, a yes or no question, like, yes, you should bring a coat, or no, it's warm outside. So you can answer this with very simple responses. Finally, do you think this dress is pretty enough to wear to a wedding? Do you think this dress is pretty enough to wear to a wedding? So this question is asking about the level of prettiness of the dress. So is this dress pretty enough to wear to a wedding? You can say, no, choose something more formal, or yes, it looks great. So again, all of these are about the quality, kind of the level of quality or the level of the adjective or the adverb before enough. So this is how we use enough with this grammar pattern. As I said before, remember, the position of enough is different from the first part we talked about. The position of enough is after the adjective or the adverb here.
What the
and
fuck?
It's before the noun in the first section. Okay, let's take a look at the last part for this lesson. The last use of enough is to express an adequate degree of an action in this case. So you can see maybe that we are looking at different parts of speech with each of these categories. First was nouns, second was adverbs and adjectives. So maybe you can guess this part will feature verbs. So when we use enough in this pattern, we use verb plus enough, verb plus enough. And in these patterns, the verb can take many different verb forms. We don't always have to use present tense or past participle or the progressive or whatever. We can use a lot of different verb forms together with enough. So we'll see some examples of this. Of course, to make it negative, we put not before the verb. So let's take a look at these example sentences and break down what's happening here. First one, make sure to drink enough water every day. Make sure to drink enough water every day. Here we have drink, just the basic infinitive form of the verb. Next we have enough. Make sure to drink enough water every day. This means make sure to drink an adequate amount of water every day, or an appropriate amount of water every day. Maybe 8 glasses a day, I think it is. So make sure to drink enough water every day. The next one, here we have a negative. I didn't sleep enough last night. I didn't sleep enough last night. A very common expression, maybe. So we have the negative form of the verb here. I did not sleep enough last night. This means my sleep was not at an adequate level. Okay? Next one. We've worked enough today. Let's go home. We've worked enough today. Let's go home. Here you can see we have a perfect tense pattern, right? We have worked enough today. This is a past participle verb. But again, we have this enough after it. We've worked enough today. That means the level or the amount of our work that we did today is adequate. Let's go home. Let's be finished for the day. So we can use this verb form as well. One more. He eats enough for 2 people. He eats enough for 2 people. In this sentence, we're talking about someone's regular habit or regular activity. So someone who eats a lot of food, we could express that with he eats enough for 2 people. This means he eats so much food that the amount of food he eats could feed 2 people. That's what this means. Okay? So as you can see, we can use lots of different verb forms with enough. And again, this use talks about the degree of the action. So in this case, drinking an adequate amount, or sleeping an adequate amount, working or eating, and so on. We're talking about the degree of an action. Okay? I want to make one more point before we get to the last part of the lesson. I want to mention there's this one other expression that we commonly use with enough, and there are other expressions with enough, but this one is very common, so I want to include it in this lesson. It is this expression, fair enough. Fair enough. So this is maybe kind of similar to part 2 that we talked about before, but we don't quite use it in the same way. We use fair enough in conversations to mean, all right, that's reasonable. All right, that's reasonable. When we're having a discussion and sharing opinions usually, and the other side makes a good point, you might hear someone say, fair enough, which sounds like that's reasonable, or that makes sense. Okay. So you might hear fair enough used in a lot of different situations. So I wanted to include that here. Okay, let's go to the last part then. So we have our verbs. Let's take a look at how we make some questions with this grammar. So first, have you had enough to drink? Have you had enough to drink? So have you had enough to drink means have you had an adequate amount to drink? So in other words, are you thirsty? This is another way to ask, are you thirsty? But it's less direct. Have you had enough? It sounds like, do you want some more? This is another way of asking this kind of question. Or have you had enough to eat is another very common one, especially from the host of a dinner party to their guests. Have you had enough to eat? Can I bring you something else? Are you okay? These are all expressions that we use to check in with other people. Let's look at one more. Are you exercising enough these days? Are you exercising enough these days? Here we have a progressive verb, yeah? Are you exercising enough? So that means right now, like in part of your maybe daily schedule or part of your regular exercise habits, is this going on for you? So we use this progressive form to do that. Are you exercising enough? So an appropriate or an adequate amount these days. And you can see here, are. It starts with are. That's our big hint that it's a yes or no question. Are you exercising enough these days? Yes, I'm exercising enough. Or, no, I'm not, I'm lazy. So we can use different verb forms in our questions as well. Again, the key with this use of enough is that we're talking about the degree of an action. So I hope that this lesson helped you understand the different uses of enough with different parts of speech. As you can see, we have to think about the placement of the word, of course, and we also need to think about these grammatical issues too, like countable and uncountable nouns. But with practice and with time, this will become easier. Also, keep in mind, all of these uses of enough refer to an adequate or an appropriate amount of something. So in this one, with the noun, an appropriate amount or number of something. In this one, an appropriate quality of something. And here, an appropriate degree of an action. So this might be a good key word to keep in your mind when you think about enough, thinking about the level of something. How appropriate or not is that? Okay, that is everything for this lesson. I hope that it was helpful for you in understanding how to use this word. If you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some example sentences with this information, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Also, if you like this lesson, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to this channel if you haven't already. Also, check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye! Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about how to use capital letters in English. This lesson is going to cover the very basic ways that we use capital letters in English. There are many, many different rules to think about, but these are the most important, so let's take a look. Okay, first, I want to take a look at this part of the board. This part of the board includes what are called proper nouns. A proper noun is different from a regular noun, so not a proper noun, because a proper noun refers to the specific name of a person, the name of a place, or the name of a thing. So when we use a proper noun in our writing, we always need to capitalize the words in the proper noun. So let's start with some very simple and easy examples. When we write the names of people, first name, their middle name, their last name, we always capitalize the first letter in the name, in the first part of the name, and the first part of the second name, and third name, and fourth name, if they have many names. We always capitalize the first letter. For example, Barack Obama. We capitalize the B in Barack and the O in Obama. We can do the same thing for an artist name. So in this case, I have the performer, Lady Gaga. So her performance name is Lady. We put the L as a capital letter, and the G in Gaga is also a capital letter. So even if it's not the person's real name, we still use the same rule for a performer's name. Here's one more. Popular actor Tom Cruise. We use capital T for Tom and capital C in Cruise. So you can do the same thing with your name. When you write your name, make sure you always use a capital letter for the first letter of your name. So first name, middle name, last name, and of course, if you have many names, make sure to use a capital letter for each of those as well. Okay, let's move on to the next group. So we also use this rule for the names of places. And when I say places, I mean a lot of different types of place. For example, cities, countries, streets, neighborhoods, and so on. So if there's a specific name for the place where you live or the place where you're going, we use that with a capital letter. However, it's important to note when I say places, I don't mean type of building. So for example, supermarket or bank, these don't get capital letters. Those are just general place types. When we talk about the name of a place, we use this rule. So let's look at some examples. First, San Francisco. San Francisco. This is a city name. So the S in San and the F in Francisco get capitalized. San Francisco. The next one, Amsterdam, is a city name as well. We put a capital A in Amsterdam. Next, one more city name. This is Rio de Janeiro. Rio de Janeiro. You'll notice here, perhaps, the R is capital and the J is a capital. This little d, though, is not. So this is one, and we'll see this later, this is one kind of exception to this capitalization rule, and we'll see this in some other examples later. These very small connecting words, like prepositions, for example, and conjunctions, we generally do not capitalize these words even when they're part of a proper noun. We'll see more examples of this later. But this is one example in a city name. We typically don't capitalize that little d. We capitalize the R and the J. So these connecting words typically don't become big letters. Okay, next one is another country, Thailand. Thailand, the T here is capitalized. And here's one example of a street. I have First Street. So when you write the name of a street, we typically use, in this case it's just a number, but we use a capital letter here, and we use a capital letter before the street name. You might also see this with avenue, for example, like First Avenue. You might see first also written as F-I-R-S-T. In that case, you would use a capital F in first. So we follow this capitalization rule for names of places, big places and small places. Okay. Let's move on to the next group. The next group is names of organizations. Names of organizations. What is an organization here? Organizations, for example, this means companies, schools, government offices, and so on. So when you talk about a brand, for example, if you want to talk about your favorite clothing brand, your favorite accessories brand, and so on, use the company category for that. It follows this kind of capitalization rule. So let's look at some examples of this. First one, the University of Washington. The University of Washington. Here we have the first letter capitalized, the U in university. This little of is not capitalized. Like we saw in Rio de Janeiro, these little connection words, we typically do not make them capital. We don't make the first letter capital. And finally, Washington, the W here. So the key words are capitalized. Okay, here, our next example is Microsoft. Microsoft, this is a company name. When we write Microsoft in text, we always write it with a capital letter. So, Microsoft. Other companies get the same treatment. When we write the name of the company, like Google or Apple and so on, we use a capital letter here. Okay, next. Metropolitan Museum of Art. Metropolitan Museum of Art. So this is an organization. Perhaps it's also the name of a place too. Maybe there's an organization with the same name. But we have capital letters, Metropolitan Museum and Art. And again, we have this little of. We don't need to capitalize the O here. So again, we're capitalizing the key words in the name. Finally, we have National Public Radio. National Public Radio. This is the name of an organization. All the letters, the first letters, are capital. N-E-R. You might also hear this called. So we follow this capitalization rule for organizations. Schools means elementary schools, and universities, high schools, colleges, technical schools, and many different government offices. It can mean artistic organizations and so on. If you're not sure, if you find something online you want to write about and you're not sure, just try to Google that thing. Look for the home page, and usually on the home page, you can find the way they write their organization name. So if you're not sure, that's a really good way to check. Okay, let's move on to our next one. The next category is titles of artistic works. Titles of artistic works. Again, the important words here. This one is maybe the most important one to consider in terms of not capitalizing the small words. But first, what does an artistic work mean? An artistic work means movies, music, books, other types of literature. Something artistic, something creative that someone has created. A sculpture, a painting, and so on. Art pieces. So the names, the titles of artistic works are also capitalized. For example, War and Peace. War and Peace. This is a very famous book. So war, W is capitalized. Peace is also capitalized. Again, notice this connecting word is not capitalized. So again, important words, as we've seen a few times so far. We capitalize these big key words in the title. Next one, The Lord of the Rings. The Lord of the Rings. So this is a very popular book series and a very popular movie series, and there's also merchandise. So we have T, L, and R capitalized here. Again, the key words. These two, of and the, are not capitalized. Again, these kind of just give us some connection here. You might think, well, why is this T capitalized, but this T isn't capitalized? We always capitalize the first letter. That's a good guideline to have. We're always going to capitalize the first letter in something. But generally, when we have these other ones, these other the, or maybe in our titles of artistic works, we do not capitalize them. Okay, next one. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. This is a very famous story for kids. Again, we have our capital letters for the key word. Our little preposition does not need a capital letter. Just the A in Alice, the A in Adventures, and the W in Wonderland. So again, if you're not sure how you should capitalize your artistic work, a Google search is usually a really good way to see the correct way to capitalize. Okay, let's move on to the other side of the board now. The other side has some general tips for other things aside from proper nouns and the names of works, the names of organizations. So, other things you should always make sure to capitalize are days, months, and holidays. So, for example, Tuesday, that's a day of the week. We always capitalize days of the week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Always make sure to capitalize those words. Our months, in this case, I have September as the example. Always capitalize the months of the year. April, May, June, all of those should be capitalized when you write them. Next, holidays. We have Labor Day and Halloween here as examples. Labor Day is two words, but we capitalize both of the first letters, L in labor and D in day. So if you have a holiday in your country as well that has more than one word in it, make sure you use a capital letter for the first letter of each word. Halloween, again, the H in Halloween is capitalized. So when you talk about these holidays, days of the week, and months, make sure you use those capital letters. Okay, lastly, the very last point, make sure to capitalize the first letter in a sentence. Always capitalize the first letter in your sentence. For example, I went to the store. The I is capitalized. He wrote a message. The H is capitalized. They left. Very short sentence, but the T still has to be capitalized to be correct. So make sure, always, 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 you capitalize the first letter in a sentence. So you might think to yourself, though, that I see on social media all the time, people don't use capital letters. Some people never use capital letters. What's that? On social media, the rules are a bit different. On social media, we're not so strict. We often forget, or we often make mistakes, or we often just don't care about writing exactly perfectly. Or for some people, it's just their style. But if you want to make absolutely sure to always write correctly, you should follow these basic rules for capitalization. So make sure you always start with a capital letter. You might also think to yourself, well, sometimes I go to websites and it seems like they have capital letters used for the important words. Like if I'm looking for something to buy, it seems that they capitalize the key words about the product. And yes, that's also something that some companies and some organizations choose to do. They want to try to make the product stand out, or they want to make keywords stand out more. But technically, this is incorrect to do. It's just, again, one person or one organization's style. And to write correctly, you should make sure not to do that. But this is the reason that you might see these kinds of things. So, this is a very good, very general, and very basic guide to the fundamental, the most basic ways to capitalize in English. As I said at the beginning of this lesson, there are many, many, many other rules and many other things to consider, but these are probably the most important and the ones you will use every single day. So I hope this lesson helped you understand when and how to use capital letters in English. Of course, if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some capitalized sentences in English, feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Also, if you like this lesson, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to this channel if you haven't already. Also, check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye! Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the differences between the first conditional and the second conditional in English. Let's get started. I want to begin this lesson by looking at the first conditional. So the first conditional is an expression we use to talk about this style sentence pattern. There are a few ways that we can make a sentence that uses the first conditional. So, we have part of the sentence that uses the word if, and then in the first conditional, the part of the sentence that's in the same group, that's in the same clause as the if, is in present tense. The verb is in present tense here. Then, after this if clause, or in some cases before, the verb that's used can be in future tense. So that means going to, not going to, will or won't. It can be present tense, so a present tense form of the verb. And we can also use a command in this part. So we use these patterns to describe possible conditions or actions. And when we use these patterns, we're talking about something that has a chance of happening. So there's maybe a possibility that the situation can happen. We can refer to the present with the first conditional, something now, or we can refer to the future, something that's going to happen or something that's not going to happen. So let's take a look at a lot of examples that use the first conditional. First, if I have time this weekend, I'll go shopping. If I have time this weekend, I'll go shopping. So the first part of the sentence is my if clause. So the if clause means the part of the sentence that uses if. In my if clause, my verb have is in present tense. If I have time this weekend, then the second part of the sentence, we call this the main clause. I'll go shopping. In the main clause here, I've used I'll. This is the reduced form of I will. So I will go shopping. I've used a future tense expression. So that means I'm describing a possible action in the future, in this case, because I've used future tense. If I have time this weekend, I'll go shopping. Let's look at another example. If he doesn't call me back, I'm going to cancel the restaurant reservation. If he doesn't call me back, I'm going to cancel the restaurant reservation. So here is my if clause. In this sentence, I'm using a negative present tense expression. Doesn't call. I've used doesn't here because my subject is he. If he doesn't call me back, so that means there's a chance the other person here will not call the speaker back. If he doesn't call me back, if he doesn't return my phone call, I'm going to cancel the restaurant reservation. So again, in the main clause here, we see a future tense expression. I'm going to cancel the restaurant reservation. That means if this action is true, or rather, if this does not happen, I'm going to do this. So this expresses a possible situation. This is a possible situation. The speaker wants to express their plan, if this is true. Let's continue to the next one. If you mix red and yellow, you can make orange. If you mix red and yellow, you can make orange. This sentence is sharing a fact, yes, but we're using this if pattern to express it. So here in the if clause, if you mix red and yellow, the verb, again, mix is in present tense. If you mix red and yellow. Here in the main clause, you can make orange. You can make orange. So this is a simple present tense portion. This portion is simple present tense. So we use simple present tense in a sentence like this to express a fact. A fact. You can make orange in this case. So we want to talk about something that is always true. We're using it to describe a possible condition or a possible situation here. So if you do this, you can make that. So you might see this in recipes or instructions or just kind of when you're teaching someone something. You might see an if clause followed by a main clause that uses present tense. Okay, on to the next one. If lots of people want to come to the party, we should reserve a big space. If lots of people want to come to the party, we should reserve a big space. Here my if clause uses want. The main verb here is want, present tense again. If lots of people, if many people want to come to the party, we should reserve. We should reserve. So this is expressing a little bit of advice, yeah? So we should reserve a big space. So we're talking again about a future action if this is true. Final example for this one, if you don't study, you're not going to pass the test. If you don't study, you're not going to pass the test. So this uses negative and negative. So if you don't study, again, present tense, yes, just a negative present tense. You're not going to. So future tense, yes, but also negative. So if you do not study now, presumably, in the future, you are not going to pass the test. So this is how we use the first conditional to talk about our future plans, if a situation is true, or to express facts, like this. You might also hear it used for commands, like if he calls, tell me, something like that. So this is how we use the first conditional and how we make it. Let's compare this now to the second conditional. The second conditional looks like this. We have, again, an if clause, but inside the if clause is if plus past tense. So a past tense verb is used here. Then our main clause uses would or wouldn't plus the infinitive form of the verb. So we use the second conditional to describe unreal situations, and it's for situations that are unlikely to happen. There's a low possibility of that. So that means something that is not true now, and there's a very low chance of that situation or that condition happening. Very different from first conditional, where we're talking about possible conditions or possible situations. Also, second conditional refers to the present. We use second conditional to talk about unreal situations now. First conditional is used to refer to the present or to the future. We don't use second conditional to talk about the future. So let's take a look at some examples of this. First, if I had more time, I would play sports every week. If I had more time, I would play sports every week. So here, if I had more time, this had is the verb have in past tense. If I had more time, I would play sports every week. So this sentence suggests the speaker does not have very much free time. If they did, the speaker says, I would play sports. So this would shows us it's an unreal situation. It's like expressing a plan for the future that's not a real future. that's when we use would. So we have to include this. I hear many learners forget would, like if I had more time, I play sports every week, or I will play sports every week. We cannot use will, or we cannot use going to here, because this is unreal. This is not true. To match the unreal situation, we have to use would before our verb. I would play sports every week. Next example. If I weren't attending a meeting, I would get lunch with you. If I weren't attending a meeting, I would get lunch with you. Here, weren't. This is negative. If I were not. Another very common question about second conditional is using was here, but we use if I were you. So if I was something, something, something is used to talk about the past, actually. I'm not going to talk about that pattern today. If you're talking about the present, an unreal present situation, use if I were or if I were not. In this case, if I weren't attending a meeting, which means the speaker is attending a meeting, the speaker is attending a meeting, I would get lunch with you. So you can use this if you get an invitation from a colleague, like, hey, do you want to get lunch today? And you might respond with, if I weren't attending a meeting, I would get lunch with you. So if this situation were not true, in other words, my plan would be this. Again, we cannot use will, we cannot use going to. And yes, you can change get to eat. I would get lunch with you. So this would be my plan. Another example. If your mother were here, she would be so angry with you. So maybe you can use this to express disappointment in a young child. Like the young child did something wrong. You could say, if your mother were here, she's not here. If your mother were here, she would be so angry with you. So again, the child's mother is not in the situation, but we want to express if the child's mother were in the situation, she would be so angry. So we want to talk about that condition. Her condition would be angry in this case. Another example. I skipped one. It would be really helpful if you spoke Chinese. It would be really helpful if you spoke Chinese. So here you'll notice I've switched the if clause and the main clause. In this lesson, I'm focusing on using the if clause first, but it's okay to switch. You can put the main clause at the beginning if you want. It just depends on what you want to focus on in the sentence. So it would be really helpful if you spoke Chinese. So maybe you're going to China or you're in China and someone comments, it would be really helpful if you spoke Chinese. That means the listener does not speak Chinese, but the speaker thinks, I wish you did. It would be really helpful if you spoke Chinese. So that means the other person does not. The speaker just wants to express this other condition, this other situation. Again, it is not true. Next one, last one. If you made more money, you wouldn't be living in an old, small apartment. If you made more money, you wouldn't be living in an old, small apartment. So here, the speaker is talking to someone else, probably who lives in an old, small apartment. If you made more money, so if you made more money means if you made more money than you do now, you would not be living. So that means the speaker is living now in a small, old apartment, an old, small apartment. And in this case, we're saying, if this were true, which it is not, but if it were, you would not be in this place. You would be in some nicer place. So this is the negative form. You would not be living in this apartment. So we can use it to talk about unreal situations in the present. We don't use this to talk about the past or the future. This is a key difference with the first conditional. So this one is a little tricky, but we often use it just to imagine something that is different from the way things are at this point in time. So if we want to talk about like our dreams, maybe our hobbies, something we would like to do in the future, we can use second conditional to do that. We can also use it to express like regrets and to make kind of soft rejections in this way too. We can also use it to kind of give indirect advice as well. If you made more money, you wouldn't be living in this place. So this is a quick introduction to the differences between the first conditional and the second conditional. I hope that it was helpful for you. Of course, if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some example sentences with this grammar, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Also, if you like this lesson, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the differences between the second conditional and the third conditional in English. Let's get started. First, I want to talk about the second conditional. First, let's talk about how we make the second conditional. The second conditional and the third conditional has two parts. There's an if part, or an if clause, and a main clause. So the if part of the sentence is the part of the sentence that uses if. So we can begin the sentence or the question with the if clause and finish with the main clause, or we can reverse it. So that means we can start with the main clause and end with the if clause. Either is fine, it's up to you. If you want to know the difference in feeling, the first part of the sentence tends to have the focus. That's the thing that has the most importance in the sentence. So when we make the second conditional, the pattern we use is if plus subject plus past tense verb. Past tense verb, this is a key point. This makes the if clause. Then for the main clause, we use would or wouldn't plus a verb in the infinitive form. So the infinitive form of a verb is the dictionary form of the verb. There's no changes to that. So if something, would or wouldn't something. This is used to describe unreal situations. So this is specifically for unreal situations that are unlikely to happen. So I made a video about the differences between the first conditional and the second conditional. Maybe if you've seen that one, you know. When we use the first conditional, we're talking about something that is likely to happen. There's a chance of that thing happening. With the second conditional, however, we just want to imagine a situation. We want to talk about an unreal situation with a low possibility of happening. We're just imagining things. Also, the second conditional refers to the present. So that means we do not use this when we talk about the past. We don't use this when we talk about the future. We imagine unreal situations now with the second conditional. So let's look at some example sentences and example questions that use the second conditional. First, if you changed jobs, what job would you choose? If you changed jobs, what job would you choose? So here, changed is my past tense verb. If you changed jobs, so this is my if clause, then my main clause is a question. That's okay to do. I've got this here. This main clause can be a question as well. What job would you choose? So here I'm using choose. This is my verb, yes, although you comes after would because I'm making a question, yeah? So choose, infinitive form of the verb here after would. If you change jobs, what job would you choose? So for a lot of these examples, I've created questions because in the previous lesson, I made a lot of statement examples. So you can check the previous lesson for some more statement examples. But for this lesson, I've made a lot of questions to practice with the second conditional. Just a reminder then, when you respond to these questions, use the pattern subject, would or wouldn't in some cases, plus the infinitive verb form. So for example, I would choose job title. I would choose teacher. I would choose doctor. I would choose lawyer, and so on. So make sure you follow this pattern in your response using would or wouldn't. In most cases, you'll probably use would, not wouldn't, but in some cases, it's possible you may use wouldn't. Okay, let's look at a statement, or rather a conditional statement. If my roommate forgot to pay rent, I would be angry. If my roommate forgot to pay rent, I would be angry. So again, if, my if clause here, if subject, my roommate is the subject here. If my roommate forgot is the past tense form of the verb forget. If my roommate forgot to pay rent, so this part, this is the object of the verb forgot. So if my roommate forgot to pay rent, I have to have something here with this verb. This completes my if clause. Then I would be angry. I would be angry. So we follow this pattern here. I would be, infinitive verb. I would be angry. I would be angry. I end with an adjective in this case. Another example, another question. In this case, I've flipped or swapped or switched the order here. So the main clause comes first, the if clause comes second. In these cases, you'll notice there's no comma between the two. If you begin your sentence with the if clause, use a comma. Use a comma for the introductory clause. If you don't, no comma is necessary. So this one, what would you do if you lost your wallet? What would you do if you lost your wallet? So again, the main clause, what would you do? What would you do is a question. That's our question here. We follow this same pattern. Would plus the infinitive form of the verb. What would you do? And my if clause. If you, subject, you, if you lost your wallet. So your wallet is the object of the verb lost in this sentence. What would you do if you lost your wallet? Is how a native speaker would ask this question. And again, when you answer it, I would go to the police, or I would cry, whatever your answer is. It follows the same subject, would or wouldn't, plus infinitive verb pattern. Okay, on to the next example. If your coworker suddenly quit, how would you continue your projects? If your coworker suddenly quit, how would you continue your projects? So this quit means quit his or her job. So quit we can understand to mean leaving a position. So if your coworker, and here I've used another word to modify quit. So that means not just quit, but suddenly. So it's a surprise, something unexpected. If your coworker suddenly quit, is my if clause, how would you continue your project? So in what way would you continue, infinitive verb here, continue your projects? Okay, last example for this part then. If you got married, how would your parents react? If you got married, how would your parents react? Again, get married becomes got married, past tense form of this verb. If you got married, that's my if clause. Main clause, how would your parents react? So here's my would, and my infinitive verb here is react. How would your parents react? They would be so happy, or they would be surprised, or they would be shocked. So you can make a lot of different sentences, a lot of different questions with the second conditional. So please remember, this refers to the present, and it refers to unreal situations that are unlikely to happen. So all of these are situations we don't imagine are going to happen now. We just want to talk about them. So there's a very low chance of these things happening. Okay, let's continue then to the third conditional. The second part of this lesson is about the third conditional. The third conditional is made in a different way from the second conditional. The third conditional, we follow this part, again, if clause, main clause structure. So if plus subject, then a key difference here, we use the past perfect here, past perfect verb form. So that means have plus past participle. So this part, past perfect, this part over here, second conditional, is simple past tense. This is a key difference. This creates our if clause. In our main clause then, we follow with the same would or wouldn't, and then we end with the past participle form of a verb. So this part and this part, these are the key differences between the second conditional and the third conditional in terms of making the sentence. So We use the third conditional to express regret and to describe unreal situations. So that means we're referring to the past. So expressing regret refers to expressing sadness or disappointment because of a past action or because a past action did not happen. So when we're using the third conditional, we're talking about the past, and it's something that did not happen in the past. So we want to talk about a different situation, past possible situation. So this is a very common way to express regret and disappointment. Finally, with this conditional, with the third conditional, we can use could and couldn't, and may and might or might not, in place of would and wouldn't here. So we can create some different sentences. But let's take a look at a few examples, and then we'll kind of look at how we might substitute could and couldn't and may and might throughout. So let's take a look at the first one. If I had known you were in trouble, I would have helped you. If I had known you were in trouble, I would have helped you. So what's happening here? If I, okay, here's our subject with if, great. Had known. So this is my past perfect structure. If I had known you were in trouble. So notice this is also a past expression. If I had known you were in trouble in the past, this is my if clause, I would have helped you. So here, I would have helped you. So again, we have this past participle form. So would plus past participle. I would have helped you. So by past participle, and we include this past perfect structure. Would have, would not have, and so on. So I would have helped you. So this means the speaker did not help the listener. The speaker wants to express they did not know the listener was in trouble, but if they had, this would have been the plan. So they did not know the speaker was in trouble. They did not help the speaker. Now they're saying, oh, I regret that. If I had known, so if I had had that information, I would have helped you. So we're imagining this unreal situation in the past. We're expressing our regret about that. So this is an example where we could use could here. If I had known you were in trouble, I could have helped you. So could expresses possibility. I could have helped you. It would have been possible for me to help you. So we could substitute could. I would not recommend using might here. It sounds like it would say I might have helped you. So if I had known you were in trouble, I might have helped you. It sounds like, oh, my friend was in trouble, and maybe I would have helped. I don't know. So that choice really makes a big difference in the nuance of the sentence. So it's grammatically correct, yes, but it sounds like there's only a chance you would have helped your friend or the listener in this case. So would have helped you means 100%, could have means possible, and might have means maybe 40 to 60% chance. Okay, let's continue on to the next example. If he had given me the update sooner, if he had given me the update sooner, we would have been more prepared. We would have been more prepared. So this one uses this comparative sooner. If he had given me the update sooner, we would have been more prepared. This is very common with the third conditional. We use comparatives. So this means the speaker received an update, actually. But the speaker wants to say, if this other person, had given the speaker the update sooner than he did. So that means maybe the speaker received the information at 12 o'clock, but if the speaker had received the information at 10 o'clock sooner than the information was actually received, we would have been more prepared. So again, we have a comparative here, more prepared. So that means more prepared than we were. So if you can imagine in a situation where there's a meeting at like 1 o'clock and there's a team of people, one person, this he, is responsible for sharing some information. He shares the information at 12 o'clock and the team rushes to prepare for the meeting. The speaker here wants to express If he had given the information sooner, so like in my example, 10 o'clock, the team would have been more prepared. So because they would have had more time to prepare, like 3 hours instead of 1 hour. So this is something that we use to express regret and to express disappointment, and also like to share with our teammates, in this case, how we can improve situations for the future. So that's a case where you might hear something like this. We use the comparative form to express that. So if we don't have the comparative form, if he had given me the update, we would have been prepared. So that means there was no update at all. So, and that at the end of the sentence means the meeting or the team was not prepared for the meeting at all. So including these comparative forms really makes a big difference. So please consider this time frames when you're expressing regret. Okay, on to the next one. If you had made a reservation, we wouldn't have had to wait. This is a very common one. You can use this at restaurants. If you had made a reservation. So this comes from the expression to make a reservation for a restaurant or for a hotel or bar. If you had made, so this is my past perfect, had made a reservation, here's my if clause, we wouldn't have had to wait. So wouldn't, here, would not, and then my past participle expression, my past participle, so past perfect and past participle. We wouldn't have had to wait. So this expression means the group here, we did wait. We had to wait. But if you had made a reservation in the past, you didn't. But if you did, if you had, we wouldn't have had to wait. So this means we waited, and we're not happy about it, probably. But if you had made a reservation, we wouldn't have had to wait. So again, this is used to express like unhappiness with a current situation and to tell someone what to do next time. So in this case, make a reservation next time is like, this is like an indirect way of saying that. So if you'd made a reservation, we wouldn't have had to wait. That's how a native speaker would complain with this expression. Okay, on to the next one. For this next one, I've switched the main clause and the if clause position. Again, we can change these according to the focus of the sentence. We wouldn't have missed our flight if you had been on time. We wouldn't have missed our flight if you had been on time. Here, again, we wouldn't have missed. So this same wouldn't pattern appears at the beginning of the sentence now because the main clause comes first. Have missed. So here's my past participle verb with have. So again, a past perfect structure. We wouldn't have missed our flight. We wouldn't have missed our flight. So that means we did miss our flight. We did. If you had been on time. If you had been on time. That means the listener was not on time. So we express that with if you had been, past perfect structure. If you had been on time. So in this case, the listener was not on time. As a result, the two people missed their flight. A native speaker would probably say this sentence very angrily. They would say, we wouldn't have missed our flight if you'd been on time. That's how we would say it at native speed. So this wouldn't have missed. It sounds like wouldn't. We reduce it to something very short. We wouldn't have missed our flight if you'd been on time. You can hear this part too gets reduced. If you had been on time becomes if you'd been on time. Wouldn't have missed our flight if you'd been on time. So someone probably very irritated would say this expression. All right, on to the last one. The last one is a question example. If you had been offered a promotion last year, what would you have done? If you had been offered a promotion last year, what would you have done? So again, this sentence means last year the listener was not offered a promotion. We just want to imagine it. So if you had been offered a promotion last year, what would you have done? So again, this is not a real situation in the past, but we want to imagine what could have happened. So what would you have done? When we respond with this, we can simply use a main clause to respond. I would have, past participle verb form. So we follow this same structure, the same have plus past participle verb. So I would have accepted the promotion, or I would have rejected the promotion, or I would have negotiated. So we follow this main clause pattern. Yes, you can say the full sentence, like if I had been offered a promotion last year, I would have accepted. But when we're speaking like in conversation, we all understand the if part, like continues. You don't have to repeat the if part. Just say the main clause here. So this is the third conditional. This is the key, maybe some key situations, some types of situation where we would use the third conditional. You'll notice it's used for complaints, to express irritation, to express frustration, regret, disappointment. So it's not the happiest grammar point, but it is very useful. So it is quite different from the second conditional, which we use to talk about unreal situations with a low likelihood of happening. So I hope that this video was helpful for you. Of course, as I mentioned, there is another video about the differences between the first conditional and the second conditional. So please have a look at that as well. Of course, if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some sentences with this grammar, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Also, if you like this lesson, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you have not already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about differences between reporting verbs. Let's get started. The first verb I want to look at is the verb say. Say. So when we use say, we use it for neutral reports of speech. So you can imagine if two people are talking and we just want to communicate the thing that someone said or the thing that someone expressed, we can use say to do that. For example, my boss said I did a great job. So that's just a plain, normal report of information. Or as a question, what did you say? What did you say? So this is the most basic way to report speech. For reference, in past tense, the word is said, and as a past participle verb, it is also said. The forms are the same. Let's compare this to the verb tell. Tell. So different from say, tell is used when one person shares most of the information in the conversation. So it's not like two people are, sharing information back and forth, but rather one person shares a lot of information, and then the other person receives the information or just has a few small points to share. So in past tense, the verb is told, and the past participle form is also told. For example, my friend told me about a new restaurant. Or, don't tell my parents I failed the test. So you'll notice in both of these, we follow the verb tell, or past tense told, with the person receiving the information. So my friend told me about a new restaurant. I received the information. Here, don't tell my parents about the fact that I failed the test. Don't tell my parents I failed the test. So this is the person receiving the information in this case. Okay, let's go on to the next pair. The next pair, talk and speak. Let's look at talk first. We use talk when two people are sharing information. Two or more people are sharing information. There's a conversation happening. Not just one person sharing, but there's an actual conversation. So in past tense, the verb is talked, and as a past participle verb, it's also talked. For example, let's talk to the teacher after class. Or, I talked with my parents last weekend. Then, speak. Speak. Speak is the same, actually, as talk for this case. So again, it's two or more people sharing information in a conversation, but speak tends to sound more formal than talk. When we're just describing everyday conversations, we usually use talk. If we want to sound more formal, we use speak. For example, we're going to speak to the manager about some problems. So a work situation, a professional situation. Or, I haven't spoken to him recently. If you're talking about a colleague or someone else in a professional situation. So if you're not sure, should I be more polite? Should I be more casual? If it's a professional situation, you can use speak. Generally, though, it's not rude to use talk. You can choose which you prefer. But speak does tend to sound a bit more formal. For reference, past tense is spoke. Spoke, as we saw. Actually, I included this one here. Past participle form is spoken. Spoken. So please be careful. Spoke, past tense, spoken, past participle form. Also, about the verb speak, we use it to express language ability. For example, I don't speak Chinese, or she speaks Korean. We cannot use talk in this way. We must use speak, so please be careful. Final point about this pair, we can use prepositions to or with. Either preposition is okay. I used to here. Let's talk to the teacher after class, or I talked with my parents last weekend. The difference between them is extremely small, extremely small. The difference is like, let's talk to the teacher after class. It's like we have something we want to share with the teacher, and maybe it feels more like we're going to give most of the information. When you use with, it's a little more feeling like together. So I talk to someone sounds more like direct, giving more information directly. And to talk with someone or to speak with someone sounds like you're participating together. But really, there's not such a big difference in communication here. Okay, let's go to the last pair then. Hear and listen. Hear and listen. We use these to report information. Yes, to report things, information we received. So let's look at how we use these differently. We use hear for information we receive with our ears, And also we do sometimes use this for information we read as well. You read it on social media and the newspaper, other news website, whatever. You can use hear to describe that. Past tense is heard, and past participle is also heard. For example, I heard you got a promotion. Or, did you hear the news? So we use this just to mean received information. I received this information. I heard you got a promotion. So maybe I actually used my ears to get the information. Or maybe I read it in an email. Either way, I received this information somehow. I just received it. That's all I want to express. So usually with our ears. If you want to be specific about written information, you can say, I read you got a promotion, if you want to be specific. Or I saw in an email you got a promotion. You can use that too. But most naturally, we usually use heard. I heard you got a promotion. Let's compare this then to listen. Listen. So again, we use listen for information with our ears, yes. But the key difference between listen and hear is that we use listen when we're focusing our attention on something we're receiving with our ears. So here, you'll notice like there's no face here. We're just receiving the information. With this person, I drew kind of a focused face because we're trying to listen, like we're trying to focus our attention on something. With hear, it's like the information just enters our ears. So like, I can hear someone in the other room, or I heard a strange noise over there. So that just means I got the information. Listen is like I'm focusing on the information. For example, let's listen to this song. Or, is someone listening to our conversation? So again, the feeling with listen is there's focus, there's attention there. With hear, we don't have that. For reference, past tense form of listen is listened, and past participle form is also listened. Please keep in mind when we use listen, we use the preposition to. Listen to a song, listen to a conversation, listen to your teacher, and so on. So please use the preposition to. You do not use this preposition with hear. So this is a very quick introduction, but a quick comparison, a quick introduction to the differences between all of these reporting-related verbs. So I hope that it was helpful for you. Of course, if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some sentences with one of these verbs, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Also, if you like this lesson, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about phrasal verbs for meetings. I've chosen a few phrasal verbs that you may hear in business meetings or in other kinds of meetings, like at school. I'm going to talk about the meanings of these phrasal verbs, give some example sentences, and share a few tips for how you can use them as well. So let's get started. Okay, first let's begin on this side of the board. The first phrasal verb I want to talk about is point out. Point out. To point out something means to mention something specific. So a helpful image for this phrasal verb is the action of pointing. So you can imagine using your finger to point and then to point out, like this motion from your body. To point out something means to mention something specific, just as you do when you make a pointing gesture, like you're looking at something specific, you're motioning towards something specific. So when you use point out in conversation or in meetings, you're doing that, but with your voice, with your ideas. So you're sharing an opinion, you're sharing something just with your words, and you want to mention that thing specifically. So you're not making a pointing gesture, but you are like pointing at something with your words. So some examples of how we use this. I want to point out a potential problem. I want to point out a potential problem. So this means I want to mention, or I want you to notice a potential problem. So again, it's like doing this gesture, but just with your words. I want to point out a potential problem. I want to point out a potential problem. Another example. She pointed out that we may not have a big enough budget. She pointed out that we may not have a big enough budget. So again, she's calling attention to something. So to call attention to something means to pull people's focus to something, to draw focus to something. So she pointed out that we may not have a big enough budget. So she mentioned specifically we may not have a big enough budget for this project. Okay, let's continue to the next phrasal verb. The next one is set up, set up. You'll notice for just a few of the verbs in this lesson, I've marked them with this S. So this S mark means that you may hear this phrasal verb split. So that means in some cases, for some people, they may choose to put words in between the verb and the preposition. So this is one verb that you may hear split. So I'll read the example sentences a couple different ways in just a moment. The meaning of set up for this lesson, however, I've chosen two I want to focus on. Actually, set up has quite a few different meanings, but in the setting of a business meeting or in the setting of another meeting situation, you'll probably hear it used these two meanings. There may be a couple others, but these are probably the most likely. So the first one is to create something, to make something. The second is to assemble the parts of something, like to put something together. For example, we need to set up a team for our new product. We need to set up a team for our new product. So this one means create. Set up means create here. Another example sentence, let's set up the new office furniture. In this case, it's meaning to, assembling the parts of something. So you're putting things together like furniture. So let's set up the new office furniture. As I said, this is a phrasal verb that can be split. So for example, you might hear something like, let's set the new office furniture up. You might hear that. This one, we need to set a team up for our new product, is something you may hear, I suppose. Personally, I probably would not split it in this case. I suppose I may split it here for this creation meaning, or rather this assembly meaning. But again, some people may choose to split this one. If you're ever not sure, just keep it together. It's, I think, easier, and there's no chance for a communication problem there. So this is one you may hear split. Anyway, this use of set is for creating things and for assembling the parts of things. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Turn out, to turn out. This one means to be the result of something, and we use turn out at the end of a situation. We're talking about the end of an event. the end of a meeting, the end of an agreement, the end of a contract. So we use this phrasal verb after something has occurred, after some activities, after an agreement, after something has occurred, and we want to talk about the result of that thing. So it doesn't mean directly to end. It doesn't mean to end, but we want to refer to the end point of something. We want to talk about the result of something. So let's look at some examples of how we use this. First, the test version of our app turned out to be full of problems. So the test version of our app turned out to be full of problems. Turned out to be full of problems. So here I'm using to be directly after this verb. You may also hear, as in this one, an adjective coming after the phrasal verb. So this sentence means the test version of our app. So we had this test version. App means application, like smartphone application. We had a test version of the app. We tested the app. And in the end, the app was full of problems. So this means after we tested it, we found it was full of problems. So this is the nuance that's communicated with turn out. So even though this sentence doesn't say directly, we tested the app and we tried many different things, using turned out kind of shows us that there was some testing, there was something happening there. So this is a good hint as well. The test version of our app turned out to be full of problems. So we kind of link turned out to some kind of like noun phrase that gives us a hint about what might have happened in that situation. So it turned out to be full of problems. Full of problems mean there were lots and lots and lots of problems with it. Let's look at one more example then. Our event turned out great. Lots of people came. So in this sentence, our event turned out great. Great here follows turned out. As I said, adjectives can follow this. In this case, I've used to be as well. You can use both. So our event turned out great. So that means this event, whatever it was, it could have been a party, a conference, whatever, that activity happened. So many things happened at the event, and in the end result of that was great. The end result was positive. Lots of people came. So here there's some extra information to give us a hint about why the event was great. So again, we use turn out when we want to talk about the end result of some action or some activity. Okay, let's go on to the next one. The next one is take on. Take on. To take on, in this case, means to accept a responsibility or challenge. To accept a responsibility or challenge. You may also hear this in movies, like maybe superhero movies, when they say like, I'm going to take someone on. That's like taking a person on as a challenge. Like they're accepting a challenge, usually like a fight. So as you maybe just picked up on, this is another
Ah
one
putain, mais que tu gogodes, celle-là, Buffalo,
maman. To
maman.
take something on, or to take on someone, to take on something. You may hear this phrasal verb split. Some examples. We're taking on some research projects. We're taking on some research projects. So that means this company, perhaps, has decided to accept the challenge of some research projects. We're taking on some research projects. So the difference between like taking on and do in this case, like we're doing research projects versus we're taking on research projects. Using taking on sounds more like there's a challenge related to the situation. It sounds like it's maybe difficult or it's new. There's some like new responsibility relating to the situation. So both are grammatically correct, like we're doing some new research projects next year, but taking on sounds like it's a bigger step. It sounds like the next thing, or it sounds like the next challenge. One more example. He took on a lot of difficult work last year. He took on a lot of difficult work last year. Here I'm using it in past tense. The previous sentence used that progressive form, taking on. So he took on a lot of difficult work last year means he accepted a lot of new challenges or a lot of responsibilities last year. So we want to maybe talk about that person's maybe personal development or career development over the previous year. We could do that. As I said, this is a phrasal verb that can be split. So for example, you might hear like something like this used. he took a lot of difficult work on last year. So you might hear it used in that way. Again, personally, I probably would not split this phrasal verb. I would keep take and on together. I try to do that anyway, just to make sure that everything is very clearly communicated. Okay, let's continue on to the next group. The next phrasal verb is show up. To show up means to attend or to participate, usually in an event, in a meeting. This could be a conference, a party, whatever. To show up. It could also mean to show up to work or to show up to school, to attend school, to participate in school. Some examples. Our manager never showed up today. So here I'm using it past tense and past tense. Our manager never showed up today. That means our manager never came to work today, did not attend work today. Our manager never showed up today. Another one. Do you think he'll show up at the party? That means, do you think he'll attend the party? So we use show up a lot in cases where there's kind of like some maybe social discomfort, like there might be some shame, or maybe you have a bad relationship with someone and you're not sure if they're going to come to an event. So for example, do you think he'll show up at the party? This might be used if like, for example, a previous coworker made a huge mistake, or they really had like a bad relationship with someone else on the team, but there's a company party. So other team members might say, do you think he'll show up at the party? So that means, do you think he'll come? So to show up kind of has a little bit of a feeling of maybe there's some kind of trouble there, or there's some reason why a person might not attend or might not participate. So this can have this kind of negative nuance from time to time. Okay, on to the next one, to take off, to take off. So for this lesson, take off means to succeed, like especially for plans, ideas, new products, new things generally. So it might be helpful to imagine another way of using this phrasal verb, which is to describe airplanes, like airplanes, helicopters, and so on. When we're talking about airplanes and helicopters, we describe this motion, the motion of the plane leaving the ground, as taking off. So to take off means like to have enough speed to leave the ground successfully. This is kind of the image that you can think of for this phrasal verb for concepts, for ideas. To succeed, for plans and ideas. So imagine it's like an idea that is going okay. You start this new idea and it's successful. That's the idea with take off for a concept. Some examples of this. We were thrilled our new product took off so fast. We were thrilled our new product took off so fast. Here I'm using past tense, took off, took off. So take off becomes took off. We were thrilled our new product took off so fast means we were thrilled, we were very happy, we were very excited that our new product was successful so fast, or our new product became successful so fast. So that means there's a short time from the launch of the product to the product succeeding. So it wasn't like a long process before the project succeeded or the product succeeded. It was very quickly. So to take off fast. Another example, I'm not sure if this idea is going to take off. I'm not sure if this idea is going to take off. That means I'm not sure if this idea is going to succeed. So that means I'm not sure that this idea is going to ever be successful. So that's kind of a negative feeling. But take off has like that image of something very quickly, or like very quickly, like succeeding, like going up. So there's kind of like a big spike, a success spike. You can imagine that. Okay, so this is take off. To take off for ideas, On to the next one, rule out. Rule out is a tricky one. You may hear from time to time in like policy making, agreement making, and discussions about these kinds of things. The meaning of rule out is to exclude or to eliminate or to make something impossible. So the idea here is when you're talking about maybe future, like if you're talking about the future, you're talking about potential situations in the future, and you want to exclude potential situations. Say, no, that's not possible.
What?
No, that's not going to happen. You can use rule out to describe those
How?
things. So let's take a look at some examples. First, We can't rule out the possibility that our clients will reject our proposal. We can't rule out the possibility that our clients will reject our proposal. So
Wait,
that
is it still
means
here?
we can't assume or we can't think it's impossible for our clients to reject our proposal. So that means it is possible our clients are going to reject our proposal. So this person is very softly saying there's a chance the clients are going to reject our proposal. So we need to consider this. It's important to consider. We can't think it's impossible that they will reject our proposal. So we can say this nicely with rule out the possibility. So this, you might see this specific phrase, rule out the possibility that, or the possibility of. So that means
Poor
we
dude.
can't imagine there's no chance of this thing happening. So we can't rule out the possibility of, or we can't rule out the possibility of that.
One shot
You don't do that.
Google.
A lot with rule out. Let's look at one more example.
Google sedikit palu.
The failure of this project rules out a budget increase for next year. The failure of this project rules out a budget increase for next year. So that means this project failed. The failure of this project rules out. So we're saying this project failed. Because of that, a budget increase for next year is impossible. So this project failing made this other situation impossible. We use rule out to describe that. The failure of this project rules out a budget increase for next year. Okay, let's continue on to the next example, or the next phrasal verb rather. Next is to go over. To go over means to review basic information. You're just looking at like the key points of something. You're not looking so much in details. Some examples. Can we go over last month's budget? Can we go over last month's budget? So that means, can we just look at the basic information about last month's budget? So you're not really looking into details, maybe. So this, you might use this to make a request to somebody, and then maybe later you do need to go into details, which is fine. But you can use go over to make it sound like you just want to take a quick look at something, a basic information review. Second example. We went over the article the magazine wrote about our company. We went over the article the magazine wrote about our company. Here, past tense, so go becomes went, just as we would do with a regular non-phrasal verb. So we went over the article. We went over the article means like we did a basic review. We reviewed the basic information in the article a magazine wrote about our company. So again, to go over something has that feeling of just the basic information being reviewed. In contrast then is this next phrasal verb, go through. To go through feels like you're reviewing information in detail. So if you want to go through something, if you want to talk about something in detail with another person or with a group of people, it's probably better to say go through it. If you want to just review the basic information, choose go over. So let's look at some examples here. Let's go through the plan step by step. Let's go through the plan step by step. Sounds like you want to look at the details of each item in your plan. So one by one, step by step, you're going to look at the details of something. So we wouldn't really say, let's go over the plan step by step, or I suppose some people would, but to me, go through sounds like it's a little bit of a more detailed look. Perhaps this depends a little bit on the person. In my case, I would definitely say go through if I want to make it sound more like I'm interested in the details of something. One more example, he went through the whole contract with me. He went through the whole contract with me. So whole means 100% of something, the entirety, all of something. So he went through, again I'm using past tense, go here. He went through the whole contract with me is like saying he gave me all of the details of the contract, 100% of the details of the contract. He explained them to me, like he did it together with me. So not just giving me the information, but together we reviewed all of the details. So go through and go over, very similar, quite similar. And I suppose some people may use them interchangeably. I personally would say I use go over to talk about basic information and go through to refer to more detailed things. onward. Let's take a look at layout. Layout. To lay out or to lay something out means to create like a plan or a schedule. So this is different from setup. Setup and layout can be used sometimes to mean create. If you're talking about a schedule, you're talking about a schedule or a plan. You could say, let's set up a plan, or let's set up a schedule. You could use layout in the same way in that sense, but layout tends to be used almost exclusively for a plan or a schedule of some kind. We don't use layout to talk about like assembling things. We use it to talk about making plans, making schedules, as we'll see in a minute, campaigns, promotions, that kind of thing. So we need to lay out a timeline for development. We need to lay out a timeline for development. So a timeline means a plan, a schedule of when everything is going to be completed. We need to lay out a timeline for development. So that means we need to create a timeline for development. Second example, she laid out a campaign for her client. She laid out a campaign for her client. So here, this means she created a campaign for her client. If it's helpful, an image that might be useful is to imagine physically using like pieces of paper, like it could be just a small piece of paper, like imagining putting these on a table in front of you to create a plan for something. So you're making a plan, like you're making a timeline or you're making a schedule using pieces of paper on a table in front of you. That's the idea with layout. So you're going to lay something out. And usually we use this verb when we're going to show that plan to someone else. So this might be a helpful image in remembering when to use layout. Okay, let's take a look at the next one. Follow up, follow up. To follow up means to share or to ask about an update from a past conversation. So when I say to share or ask about, you can say, I want to follow up and give an update. Or you can also say, I want to follow up and ask for an update. You can use this verb to do both, actually. Some examples. I want to follow up on my last email. I want to follow up on my last email. So you can write this in an email or you can say this to someone. I want to follow up on my last email. So you can use this actually if you want to check in with someone and like you have an update for them, or you want to ask them for information. I want to follow up on my last email. Did you have a chance to look at the files I sent you? So that's like a request. Maybe you didn't get a reply from someone. Or I want to follow up on my last email. Something has changed. So you have an update to share. So that just means you're giving an update or you're asking about an update. It depends on the next sentence, kind of. Another example. Please follow up with the client tomorrow. Please follow up with the client tomorrow. So that means please give the client an update or please ask the client for an update. So please follow up with the client tomorrow. So this is kind of useful. You can use it to mean both giving and asking for an update. Okay, the last one for this lesson, another one that we can split is write down, write down. So to write down just means to write, usually by hand. When we say write down, it usually means writing something with a pen and paper by hand somewhere. Some examples. He wrote down the details of the discussion. He wrote down the details of the discussion. So this sounds like in a meeting, someone just wrote on paper with his hand the details of a discussion. Second example, can you write down your name and phone number, please? Can you write down your name and phone number, please? So you might see this at like the reception of a conference, the reception area. Can you write down your name and phone number, please? So this sounds a little more natural than please, can you write your name and phone number, please? You could use that. But I guess oftentimes when we make this motion, it is kind of with a downward motion, yeah? So I think maybe that has something to do with why we use down. So please write down something. When we're talking about putting things into computers, though, we don't use write down. We might say take down instead. Like, can you please take down this information? That sounds a little more general. We use the verb write specifically when we're talking about using a pen or a pencil, so physical objects to make notes. As I said, this is one that you may sometimes hear split as well. So write something down. For example, he wrote the details of the discussion down. Or can you write your name and phone number down, please? So again, you may hear people split it, but I, again, tend to use these together. Like if you split these and there's a lot of information between right and down, you might get lost a little bit. You might kind of lose the original intention of the verb, like your original plan, your original meaning for the verb. So I think it's generally better to keep the verb together, keep the two parts of the phrasal verb together. But again, you may hear some people split this one. All right. So those are some phrasal verbs that you hopefully will find useful in meetings and in other situations as well. Yes, these phrasal verbs, many of these phrasal verbs have meanings that are different from the ones presented here, but I hope that you can consider this the next time you are in a meeting or other professional or academic situation. So I hope it was helpful for you, but if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some example sentences with these phrasal verbs, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Also, if you like this lesson, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about some vocabulary words that you can use to give deeper meaning to the adjective hot. For this lesson, I've prepared this adjective wheel. At the center of the wheel is this word hot, our focus adjective. So I'm going to talk about several different meanings of this word and give you some more vocabulary that you can use to be more specific in your writing and in your conversations. Let's get started. Okay, I'm going to start with this part of this adjective wheel. So again, our focus adjective is the word hot, and I'm going to talk about different meanings for it, different senses for this word, different ways to understand hot. So the first one that I want to look at is this part right here. This part focuses on the meaning of high temperature, high temperature. So we use hot to refer to things that are high temperature, and this can be for food or for drink, for objects. It can also be for the weather. So I've chosen a couple adjectives here you can use to talk about these different types of high temperature, hot. First, let's take a look at this word. This is scalding, scalding. So when we say something is scalding, or you might also hear scalding hot, it refers to an object often, and we use it a lot to talk about food. For example, in this sentence, this soup is scalding. This soup is scalding. So scalding comes from the verb to scald, to scald. To scald means something is so hot that it causes like an injury. It causes a burn on the skin. So you might also hear burning or burning hot. This soup is burning hot, you could say. But you might also hear this soup is scalding, or this dish is scalding. So something that is so high in temperature, it can cause an injury. That's scalding, scalding. On the other hand, this one, sweltering, sweltering. So sweltering is used to talk about the weather. We use this word when it's very hot outside, of course, high temperature, but also we tend to use it in humid places. So humid, or you might know the word muggy, refers to a weather condition in which there's a lot of moisture, there's a lot of water in the air. So we say it's sweltering when it's very hot, very high temperature, and often when there's a lot of moisture in the air. For example, it's sweltering outside today. So you could describe a summer day with the word sweltering. It's a little more specific, a lot more specific than just saying hot. If you say it's hot outside today, it sounds like, yeah, it's high temperature. But if you say it's sweltering outside today, it means high temperature and maybe there's lots and lots of humidity. So these words are much more specific than just hot. So scalding tells you it might be so high temperature it's dangerous. Sweltering tells you that it's hot and also kind of moist out there. Okay, let's continue to the next part. The next sense I want to talk about for the word hot is spicy, spicy. So we use spicy to talk about food. I want to introduce a couple adjectives that can give you a little bit more of a specific way to explain spicy in terms of food. So a spicy food is pepper. We have this adjective peppery. Something that is peppery tastes like pepper. So it's spicy, yes, but it has like the pepper kind of spice about it. So maybe you know that there are many different kinds of pepper. You can use it for red pepper, black pepper, white pepper, whatever. Peppery is something that you can use to talk about spicy flavors that come from a type of pepper. For example, the steak is a little peppery. The steak is a little peppery. So that means spicy, yes, and that spicy feeling comes from pepper, some type of pepper. Another adjective you can consider is zesty, zesty. So for example, I like this zesty sauce. So zesty is often something that we use in sauces or maybe like in toppings for things. Perhaps it might be like a zesty oil as well. It tends to be used with things that have like some kind of herb or some kind of plant in it with a really strong flavor. So a good example of this might be like cilantro. Cilantro has a really strong flavor. Some people really like it. And when you combine that with other ingredients, it gets really, really strong. So we might describe that as zesty. Something that is zesty could be considered spicy as well. So you might consider something zesty as a spicy food. Some people, depending on their taste. Okay, on to the next understanding, the next way to understand hot. It is this one here, passionate, passionate. So this is a little bit different from the words from the sense sexy, which I'll talk about later. Passionate refers to doing something in a passionate way or something that you have lots of enthusiasm for. So let's take a look at these two words I've chosen. I've chosen inside passionate, inside the sense of passionate, hot. I've chosen lively and furious, lively and furious. We use these words a lot to talk about events, to talk about discussions, debates, these kinds of things where people gather to do something together. So some examples are, they had a furious debate, and we enjoyed a lively discussion after the presentation. Okay, so what's the difference here? These both mean passionate. Lively sounds much more positive. Lively sounds like it's exciting, people are enthusiastic, and they're probably having a good time. Furious, on the other hand, sounds like it's very passionate, yes, lots of enthusiasm, but someone is angry or upset or they're really not happy. So this, they had a furious debate, sounds like someone was angry or people were upset. In this sentence, we enjoyed a lively discussion after the presentation. It sounds very positive. So you could swap the adjectives if you want to and say like, they had a lively debate, sounds positive. Or this sentence, we probably wouldn't include they had a furious discussion. In this case, I've included enjoyed, but you could say they had a furious discussion after the presentation, and it would sound very angry. It would sound rather negative. So when you want to talk about something passionate, an event or a discussion that is very passionate, that has lots of enthusiasm, you can do that with words like these. So positive, lively sounds positive, furious sounds rather negative. Okay, let's continue on to the next sense of this word. The next one is new, new. So when we say that something is hot, like a hot product, for example, it refers to the product being new. Here are a couple more words that you can use to be more specific about your use of new. First is trendy, trendy. So trendy means something that is recent, something that has come out recently, and that many people are interested in because it is a trend, like because companies or because a group of people have said, oh, this is the item for this season, or this is the popular item right now. So it's a trend. Many people want it because it's popular now. It's the thing to buy now. So that's trendy, trendy inside new. Another word that's useful is fresh, fresh. So you can use this when you're talking about food, like fresh vegetables or fresh fruits. You can also use it to mean something that is new, like a product or a piece of art from someone that has like this kind of positive meaning, something that is maybe unique in some way. So some examples of this, first with fresh. My favorite singer just released a fresh album. So that sounds like it's brand new, it's totally new, and it sounds kind of positive. It sounds like it's just come out and we're excited about it. So fresh, when you think of fresh for like vegetables or fruits, it sounds really good, right? Like something you want to eat or something that you want to consume right away because it's so new. So we have that same feeling with this kind of fresh that we use for like an album in this case, or a song, this fresh song. You might also hear it called a fresh new song too. They might get put together. So fresh has that very positive, like just came out feeling. Trendy, on the other hand, I don't usually buy trendy clothes or accessories. So again, trendy refers to something that is popular just because other people think it's popular. So in this case, I'm saying I don't usually buy trendy clothes. So we use this sometimes to refer to something that is popular at the time, like, oh, that's a trendy fashion item, or wow, what a trendy store, something like that. But trendy also has that meaning of like it's probably going to change soon, like it's a little bit just for the moment. So something that is trendy is not necessarily negative, though many people do use it to talk negatively, like, that's just a trendy store. I don't want to go there. It's going to go away. So you can use it to talk about things that you think are going to disappear, trends or stores or whatever. But you can also use it just to talk about things that are popular right now. So these are a couple words you can use to more specifically express something that is new. So you might hear hot used in these ways too, like, my favorite singer just released a hot new album. So you might hear it used in that way. Trendy can refer to music or something that is hot right now could be called trendy. Like, oh, that's so hot right now. That would be called trendy. Something that is hot right now is trendy. Okay, let's go on to the last sense of the word hot. So we can use hot to mean sexy when we're talking about people, when we're talking about maybe smells as well. So something that is sexy is something that we find attractive. Usually it's physically attractive, though with our other senses too. We find some kind of attraction in something that is sexy. So a couple of other words that you can use to mean hot in terms of sexy here. You can use the word flirtatious, flirtatious. Someone who is flirtatious is someone who likes to flirt or they flirt a lot. So flirting refers to kind of chatting very casually with people, making small touches, trying to make jokes and so on. So you're trying to build kind of a little more friendly, like a light romantic feeling between two people. So that's called flirting. When we want to talk about someone who does that or someone who likes to do that, we can describe that person as flirtatious. So for example, he's a flirtatious guy or she's a flirtatious girl. So that means that's someone who flirts a lot or someone who likes to flirt. He's a flirtatious guy, she's a flirtatious girl. So if we could say like, oh, he's a hot guy or she's a hot girl. If we want to be more specific, like why is that person hot or why is that person sexy? Maybe we can say, oh, because they're flirtatious. He's flirtatious, she's flirtatious. So that's another way to describe someone. One more word you can think of is the word seductive, seductive. So this one is not as light as the word flirtatious. So something that is seductive or a person that is seductive is someone or something that kind of draws your attention, it draws you in. Like a person might act, or like you might smell something or hear some sounds that cause you to feel attraction. So the idea is this person or this thing is trying to cause attraction to happen. So we can describe a person as seductive, like, oh, she's so seductive, or he's very seductive. We can also describe, for example, smells as seductive, like that perfume has a seductive aroma. So it's like the perfume or the aroma of the perfume causes you to feel attraction to the person wearing it because it smells so good. So seductive can be used to talk about people and things. Flirtatious we use to talk about people. So instead of just saying like, oh, wow, like he's a hot guy or she's a hot guy, you could say like, wow, he has a very seductive feeling about him or she's very seductive. So that's a more specific vocabulary word to use than just hot or maybe sexy as well. So these are a few vocabulary words that you can consider to more specifically describe the adjective hot. Of course, there are many, many more words that you can use. You can check out a thesaurus to find some more synonyms. Synonyms means words that mean the same thing. So you can find a lot more synonyms for each of these senses of the word hot. But I hope that this is enough to get you going. So if you have any questions or comments, or if you know some other words that mean hot and you want to practice making some sentences with those, please feel free to leave a comment on this video. Also, if you like this lesson, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about some deeper adjectives that you can use to express nice. So I'm focusing in on one adjective for this lesson. In this case, the adjective I want to talk about is nice. And then I'm going to explain some different ways we can understand nice and give you some other vocabulary words to use. So the goal of this lesson is to help you choose some vocabulary words that are more specific to your situation, to the thing that you're talking about or writing about. So let's get started. Okay, I want to start on this part of this adjective wheel. If it's your first time seeing this, the adjective wheel is a tool that I like to use to show the relationships between different words. So at the middle of this wheel is the focus adjective, in this case nice. In this middle level here, I have the different ways that nice can be used. So these are kind of like categories for the word nice. These are different meanings or different senses the word can take. These are also adjectives that you can use. At the outermost, at the outside part of the wheel, is some more adjectives. There are some more adjectives that are very specific to this category. So let's begin with this part, with this use of nice. So we can use nice to mean friendly when we want to describe people that we like, and we want to describe people who we think are friendly or that we like their personality. We can use friendly to do that. More specifically then, inside friendly, we can use a couple more words. Actually, there are many words that mean friendly or some variation of it, but these are maybe useful ones that are kind of the next level. So the first one is sociable. Sociable. Someone who is sociable is someone who likes to be social. So here maybe you can see sociable is like social and able in the same word. So like able to be sociable, able to be social rather. So sociable is someone who is outgoing, someone who likes to talk to other people. Loyal, on the other hand, loyal refers to someone who always stays with their friends, or they always stay with their family. You can trust them. They're going to support you. They're going to be there to listen to you or to help you with whatever you need. That's someone who is loyal. So we use sociable and loyal to talk about people in our lives. Usually these people are also friendly. So let's look at some example sentences that use these. First, he's much more sociable than me. And I wish I were more sociable. So sociable again means outgoing, someone who likes to talk a lot. In this second example sentence, the speaker is perhaps not so sociable, a little bit shy. I wish I were more sociable. In the next pair, gorgeous, gorgeous. So imagine gorgeous is like a step above beautiful. We use it for things that feel really, really special, or maybe they feel a little bit expensive if we're talking about objects. If we want to talk about people, if we want to describe people who are gorgeous, we can use gorgeous for men or for women. So we can use it for anybody, anyone that we feel is really, really special and like extra attractive physically, we can describe them as gorgeous, gorgeous. So let's look at some example sentences. First, what a gorgeous sunset. What a gorgeous sunset. So that means there's something extra special about this sunset. It's like super beautiful. It's really, really special. It's a gorgeous sunset. Second, she's wearing a gorgeous dress. She's wearing a gorgeous dress. So again, there's that feeling of something kind of special and unique about what she's that we had that experience or we didn't have that experience. So when we talk about our travel experience, we use this kind of grammar with have been or has been. Which one we choose depends on the subject of our sentence. If the subject of our sentence is I, you, we, or they, we use have been after the subject. I have been, you have been, they have been, we have been. If the subject of your sentence is he, she, or it, we use has been. He has been, she has been, it has been. So depending on the subject, your conjugation will change, have or has. That's the difference with this use here. And actually, this is something that applies, that is the same for all of the points I'm going to talk about today. A key difference, however, is at the end of the expression. If you're using have been or has been to express your travel experience, follow this part of the sentence with to, the preposition to, which shows us movement, marks movement. And then we use a place. This can be a city, a country, a region. Please note, however, we cannot use the word there. I have been to there is incorrect. He has been to there is incorrect. If you want to use there, just remove to from the sentence. I have been there. She has been there. So please keep this in mind. To plus a specific place is correct, or no to plus there. Let's look at some example sentences now. First, with the subject I have been to London. I have been to London. My subject is I, so I use have been. To is my preposition. I'm using London as the specific place, the city here. In another example, we have been to Egypt. We have been to Egypt. My subject is we, so again I choose have been. I use the preposition to and Egypt as my place. Let's change the subject now. He is my subject. He has been to New York City. He has been to New York City. Subject is he, so I choose has been instead of have been. I follow this with to New York City, my preposition to and my specific place. In the next example, I want to talk about the way that native speakers reduce sounds in sentences like these. So when we use have been or has been, we typically make the sound shorter. That's what reduce means. Make something smaller, make something shorter. We reduce sound in sentences like these by making has been into been. So, in this case, she has been, I follow this pattern, reduces to she's been. She's been. In the full sentence, she's been to Barcelona. She's been to Barcelona. So we know that this is not she is because been is the word that follows it. She is would be followed by an adjective. She was beautiful. She was busy. She's been, however, shows us that it's this present perfect pattern. That's how we know what this sound is. Look at the word that follows. So she's been to Barcelona. Let's then look, or rather, let's next look at how to make negative expressions. So when we want to make a negative with the same grammar, we need to include a never. Never. So that means at no point in the past have I had this experience. At no point in the past did I travel to that place. To do that, we place never between have been, or rather between have and been, and between has and been. So right here in the middle is where we'll place these never. Everything else about the sentence remains the same. Let's try. Here, I have never and I've reduced it. He has becomes he. Negative, never. He's never been to China. He's never been to China. So again, the never comes between has and been. Finally, one more example. She's never been to Canada. She's never been to Canada. So a big point here is to try to reduce these sounds in your speech. It's going to sound much more natural if you make these sounds smaller, if you make the sounds shorter. If you always say he has been to, she has been to, it sounds stiff and unnatural. So try to make sure that you reduce these sounds in your talk. Also, again, please don't forget this preposition. Lots of learners say something like, I've never been Africa, he's never been China. Don't forget that too, before the quick thing. Okay, with this in mind, let's continue to point 2 for this lesson. Point 2. We use have been and has been to describe an action that started in the past and continues to the present, and we do this with an ing ending verb. So that means a verb in the progressive or a verb in the continuous form, a verb that has that ing ending. So when we make our expressions with this type of grammar, they follow the same pattern as the first part here. Depending on our subject, we need to choose have been or has been. Nothing has changed here. But the part to focus on is the ending of the expression. So here, after have been or has been, we use a verb in the ing form, and then, in most cases, you'll see a time expression. We use for or since plus a time expression. So why do we do this? Let's look at this timeline to understand what this grammar communicates. This grammar is expressing an action that started at some point in the past. On this timeline, this star marks the present now. This direction is the future, and this direction is the past. This point here marks the start of an action. Then the action continues to the present. So that means it's something that's happening now. It started in the past and it's still going on. So we mark this point in the past with either for or since. So let's take a look at some example sentences to understand the differences between using for and since. First, I have been teaching for about 5 minutes. I have been teaching for about 5 minutes. So here, again, subject I, so I choose have been. I use a verb in the ing form, teaching in this case. So I'm expressing my action now, and the grammar tells us that it's something that started in the past and continues. So this is an action, really, that I have been doing for maybe about 5 minutes. So let's look here. I've used for in this sentence. I follow it with about 5 minutes. So when you use for before your time expression, you need to use a time expression that expresses a length of time. 5 minutes, 1 hour, 20 days. So you need a length of time after for. In this case, I've also used about. So I don't know exactly how much time has passed since I started this lesson, but for about 5 minutes. Another example. You have been listening since this video started. You have been listening since this video started. In this sentence, you is the subject, so I choose have been for this part of the sentence. Listening is my ing verb, and then I've used since here. So please notice, with since, we use a specific point in the past, not a length of time. Since this video started. So both of these express the same idea that something started in the past and continues to the present. In this case, with the first example sentence, I have been teaching for about 5 minutes. I'm marking the start point of the action with this 5 minutes ago this length of time. We use for with a length of time. Since marks the starting point. That's the difference here. They communicate the same idea. You can choose whichever you prefer. It's completely up to you. So let's look at another example. He has been sleeping for 13 hours. He has been sleeping for 13 hours. Subject is he, so I choose has been. My ing verb is sleeping, and I use for 13 hours. I'm describing the length of time for 13 hours. Also, when you use a length of time like hours or minutes or days, please make sure to use a plural form. 13 hours, 5 days. Another example, she. She has been working since early this morning. She has been working since early this morning. Since marks my starting point since early this morning. So that's where it began and it continues. Let's look now at a few examples of negative sentences. How do we make a negative sentence with this grammar? Example 1, I have not been eating meat recently. I have not been eating meat recently. You'll notice I'm ending the sentence not with for or since here. Instead, you'll commonly see negatives in this grammar finishing with an expression like lately or recently or maybe these days, something like that. We use this less commonly when we use the positive form. We use this to talk about something that's maybe regular or an expected action that for some reason we are not doing now. So you can imagine it's something that we are not doing. We started in the past and then continued to. So in this example, I have not been eating meat recently. That means at some point in the past, so recently means just some point in the last few days or the last few weeks or the last few months. It's very vague, not clear here. So that means from some point here until now and continuing, I did not eat meat. I have not been eating meat. So we might expect for some people that it's maybe normal or it's very common to eat meat, and we want to express this change. So we describe that change with this negative pattern. Let's look at another example. He hasn't been feeling well. He hasn't been feeling well. Here I've used the reduced form. He has not been feeling well. So you might have noticed that when I'm using this grammar, to make my sentence negative, I'm using not between have and been or has and been. This is different from point 1 in this lesson, where we use never between the two words. To make this grammar negative, use not. When we reduce it, it becomes haven't with have not, or hasn't with has not. So this sentence, he hasn't been feeling well. He hasn't been feeling well. This is something you might hear in response to a question like, oh, how's your brother? Or how's your dad? Asking about someone's health. You can respond with, he hasn't been feeling well. So that means from some point in the past, actually we don't know, but from some point in the past, this person started not feeling well, and that has continued to the present. So this sounds rather serious, actually. He hasn't been feeling well. So maybe someone who has not been attending work, or someone who has not been coming to school. So we could express a reason for that with something like this. So we use the negative to do that. So that means this situation, or rather this feeling, has continued in the past and into the present. Finally, one more example. We haven't been exercising lately. We haven't been exercising lately. So again, this kind of sentence refers to an action that was common or that was expected for the speaker. So maybe the speaker has a long history of exercise or good exercise habits. And the speaker and someone else, they want to express that there has been a change. So they might say, we haven't been exercising lately. So they would use the negative form to do that. So 3, we use have been and has been to describe a status that started in the past and continues to the present. We do this with an adjective. So very similar to point 2, something that started in the past and continues to now. We have the same idea, but instead of an action, like teaching or listening, it's a status, it's a condition. We use some adjectives to do that, and I'll share with you like some very, very common ones. We can't use all adjectives to do this. So, again, you follow the same structure for the beginning of the sentence. Depending on your subject, you choose have been or has been. After this part, we use an adjective. Following this, it's very common to see a word like lately, recently, or the last few days, the last few weeks, the last few months. So we're using these expressions to show that the specific time is not important. We just want to talk about recent events or the last period of time, the last kind of recent period of time. So let's look at some common adjectives that we use in this pattern. First, I have been busy lately. Busy is a very common adjective to use in this expression. So again, this expresses that the person, the speaker here, in recent days, in the last, recent period, has been busy. So at some point in time, they started to be busy, and that has continued until the current conversation. Again, we do reduce this down to I've been busy lately. Another one, I've been sick the last few days. I've been sick the last few days. Here, I have the last few days. Now you'll notice I'm not using for in this expression. It's kind of common to drop that here. I've been sick for the last few days is totally correct. But in this case, as I've done here, it's also common to drop it. So I've been sick the last few days. That means in this time period, I have been sick. So a few days ago it started and it continues to today. Let's change the subject. He has been grumpy recently. He has been grumpy recently. Grumpy is an adjective that means someone who is in a bad mood. Like they seem really negative. They're not mean or evil or bad people, just they're in a bad mood. Grumpy. They're a little bit difficult to deal with. He has been grumpy recently. So that means from this point in time in the past, from this recent point in the past, until now, and continuing, he has been grumpy. Another one, she's been really happy the last few weeks. She's been really happy the last few weeks. So I've reduced she has to she's. She's been really, so I'm emphasizing my adjective here, happy. You can change the adjectives like level with words like really or very. She's been very happy. She's been really happy the last few weeks. So here, again, I could use for if I wanted to. This makes it a little more casual. So she's been really happy the last few weeks. Let's take a look last at some negatives then. First one, I have not been very busy lately. I have not been very busy lately. So again, we would use an expression like this if it's regular for us. Like in the past, it was regular for us to be busy, but recently or lately, I have not been very busy. So we kind of use this to show that there's some change, as we talked about with point number 2. Another one, he hasn't been very friendly lately. He hasn't been very friendly lately. So again, this kind of expresses a change. Someone who is usually very friendly or who has been very friendly in the past is not very friendly right now and has not been very friendly lately. So we use a negative to do that. Again, as with point number 2 in this lesson, we use not to make the expression negative. I have not been, he has not been. To reduce, we use I haven't been and he hasn't or she hasn't. Last example, she hasn't been very talkative the last few days. She hasn't been very talkative the last few days. Talkative refers to someone who likes to talk a lot, who likes to share a lot. So again, this would be used to describe a person who is usually talkative, but for the last few days is not talkative. So we tend to use these to describe some kind of change from a regular or an expected behavior. So this is an introduction to when to use have been and has been for a few different situations. So I hope that this was helpful for you. Of course, if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some sentences with this grammar, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Also, if you like this lesson, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about 3 different ways to use had been in English. Let's get started. The first way to use had been that I want to talk about is to express an interrupted action in the past. We use had been as part of the grammar structure to make an expression that does this. So to visualize this on a timeline, if this is the past, here marks the present and the future, we use had been in a structure where we pair it with the ing form of a verb. The ing form of a verb is the continuous form or the progressive form of a verb. We use had been plus the ing verb form to refer to a past continuing action, and then we pair this with a simple past tense expression. So the simple past tense expression is the action that happened to stop the previous continuing action. So to look at a few key points relating to this, we use this had been ing form with for or since to mark the starting point of the continuing action. So when did this action start? We express that with for or since. We use this kind of structure with a simple past tense expression, and you'll find it's very, very common to use the word when to mark the point of interruption, to mark this point where the continuing action stopped or was changed in some way. So you'll find that when is very commonly used in patterns like these. So let's look at some example sentences and see how we put them together. First, I had been studying in silence for 2 hours when my phone rang. So here is my had been plus my progressive verb form. This is my continuing action. In silence, studying in silence. This means there was no sound. I was studying very quietly, not listening to music, no interruptions. So I had been studying in silence for 2 hours. So this part right here tells me, or tells the listener, where the action, the continuing action in the past started. So the speaker had been studying for 2 hours when. Here, when marks the point at which something happened. There's an interruption. When my phone rang. My phone rang. Past tense expression. So ring is the present tense form of rang. Past tense form. So for a phone to ring means for a phone to make a sound, as in someone is calling. So this means the speaker was doing a continuous action for 2 hours studying, and then at this point, the speaker's phone rang. So we use this had been plus the ing form to express this and mark the interruption with simple past tense. Another example of this. We had been waiting for a bus for 30 minutes when we heard an announcement that the bus was 1 hour late. At native speed, this sounds like, we've been waiting for a bus for 30 minutes when we heard an announcement that the bus was late. Or the bus was 1 hour late, rather. So again, we see this continuing action. We had been waiting for a bus. In this case, we have extra information, the reason we were waiting. We've been waiting for a bus for 30 minutes. So this tells us the length of the continuing action. So this is a 30-minute period. We've been waiting for a bus for 30 minutes. When? So this is my interruption point. When we heard, past tense, we heard an announcement that the bus was 1 hour late. So this past tense action interrupted by a simple past tense expression. One more example, then we'll go to the next part. She had been working for a few hours when her boss requested an update. At native speed, she'd been working for a few hours when her boss requested an update. So again, continuing action. She had been working for a few hours in this case. She'd been working for a few hours when her boss requested an update. So we use these two together, simple past tense and this past perfect with the continuous form, to express the relationship between a continuing action that was interrupted by this past action. So we show the relationship between those two with grammar patterns with sentences like these. So let's compare this now to point 2 for this lesson. Point 2 for this lesson uses had been as part of a sentence that shows cause and effect in the past. So again, to imagine this sort of visually, to look at it on a timeline, we can imagine there was some continuing activity, some past continuing activity, and it created an effect, a past effect. So again, we're looking at everything happening in the past. We're not focusing on the present here. We're talking all of this stuff, the effect, the activity is in the past. So a couple points about this use. First, this implies that the continuing actions stop. So when you use this, as we'll see in just a moment with the example sentences, this implies, which means we don't say it directly, but it means that this continuing action is done. It's finished. We want to talk about it. It was continuing at some point, but now it is finished. And the other point here, we use this simple past tense to past perfect continuous, as we'll see down here. So let's take a look at a couple of examples. First, my mother was furious because she had been waiting for us for 2 hours. My mother was furious. My simple past tense statement, like I said here. My mother was furious because, so here is where I'm showing the cause and effect relationship. She had been waiting for us for 2 hours. She had been waiting for us for 2 hours. So here's the activity. She had been waiting for 2 hours, and the effect, my mother was furious. So again, this part, the effect, is also expressed using simple past tense. But here, we're not communicating like an interruption as we did with point 1. We're communicating this cause and effect relationship. Another example, we were exhausted because we had been hiking all day. We were exhausted because we'd been hiking all day. Again, here's my effect. We were exhausted. That's my effect here, simple past tense. Because, so here's my word that shows the relationship between these ideas. We've been hiking all day. We've been hiking. So this means this activity, hiking, continues all day. And this is the effect. Final example, I was ecstatic because I got some good news I had been waiting for months. So this is kind of a long sentence. I was ecstatic is the effect. Ecstatic means very, very happy, like energetic. You're so happy because I got some good news. Okay, so this part is past, yes. Here, I had been waiting for. I got some good news I had been waiting for months. So this part right here is the continuing past action. The speaker was waiting for a very long time. So I got some good news I had been waiting for months. You'll notice here there's 2 fours. That's correct. So I had been waiting for, to wait for something is like a set phrase. I had been waiting for something, or I was waiting for, noun phrase. Here I'm using for months. I've been waiting for months. So you might see this double for here and there, but this is the reason there are 2 of it, for months or for days or for years. You could replace the time period there. So we use this had been plus some kind of, usually you'll notice there's like an emotional effect here. So you might see something like that. It's common to see an emotional effect, a feeling related effect here. So this is another use of had been, and again we're using the continuous tense here to describe this continuing past action. Okay, so finally let's go to point 3 for this lesson. Point 3, we use had been as part of a sentence that makes the sequence of past actions clear. So this comes from just the grammar point, the past perfect grammar point in general. on a timeline like this, if you have two actions that both happened in the past, like action 1 and action 2, and they're in the same sentence, use past perfect to talk about the earlier action and use simple past tense to talk about the more recent action. That's what this says here. So again, if two past complete actions are in the same sentence, use past perfect, which is had been. For today's lesson, we're going to focus on had been. Had been plus past participle verb for the earlier action, and simple past for the more recent action. So again, today I'm focusing on had been, using had been in these sentence structures, but you'll see just other past perfect structures as well. So let's take a look at some examples. These get a little bit long, and there are some key points to talk about. First, by the time I got to the kitchen this morning, breakfast had been prepared. So by the time I got, so to get somewhere means to arrive somewhere. By the time I got to the kitchen this morning, so this is my simple past tense expression, breakfast had already been prepared. So I have already here in parentheses. You may hear it. I feel it would be very natural to put already in this sentence to express that something that was expected was completed. So this sentence means breakfast was prepared first, and then the speaker arrived in the kitchen. But when we're telling stories and we're talking about the relationships, like the time relationships between activities, it sounds very natural to put everything together like this. By the time I got to the kitchen this morning, breakfast had already been prepared. Another example. When I went to get my lunch from the office break room, I saw that it had been eaten. When I went to get my lunch from the office break room, I saw that it had been eaten. So you'll notice this one, when I went to the office break room, here's an action, I saw. So this verb is also in simple past tense because it's like these two things are happening at the same time. I went to the office break room and I saw my lunch had been eaten. That happened before I went to the break room and I looked for my lunch. So when these two actions are closely related, use simple past tense. They're happening at like the same time. But this action, my lunch had been eaten, that's the key past action here. So that should take a past perfect structure. One more example. I tried to take care of the bill at a special company dinner, but when I gave my credit card to the staff, they told me the bill had been paid. So there's a lot of information here. The speaker is expressing they wanted to pay the bill. So I tried to take care of the bill. To take care of the bill is another way to say to pay something. I tried to take care of the bill at a special company dinner, but when I gave my credit card to the staff, they told me the bill had been paid. So again, these things, giving the credit card to the staff and receiving the information, happened at about the same time. The bill being paid happened before this situation. So we use this past perfect to describe that. You'll also notice these are passive structures. The bill had been paid, my lunch had been eaten, breakfast had been prepared. So you might see that very commonly with this structure as well. So these are three different ways that you can use had been to talk about these relationships between past actions, past activities. So I hope that this was helpful for you. If you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some sentences with this grammar, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Also, if you like this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about how to use the preposition at. Let's get started. The first way that I want to talk about in this lesson is using at with locations. When we use at before a location, it's for places inside cities or places in the countryside. So we use at before a specific location, like for an activity or to describe our position. Some examples are at the bank, or at work, or at the supermarket. So we could put a simple expression like I am at the bank, or he is at work, or we are at the supermarket. These expressions all describe a location, our current position. Another very common expression is at home. At home. A note about at home is that we use at home when you are already inside your home, when you are already at home. We do not use at home when we're talking about moving to our home. So for example, when we say something like, I'm going to go home, we do not use a preposition there. We do not say, I'm going to go at home. We do not use it in that way. We use at home to describe an object inside our home or to describe our position when we are inside our home. So we would say, for example, I'm at home, meaning I am inside my house now. This is much more natural than saying I'm in my house. So usually we say I'm at home. Or if, for example, you forget something inside your home and you go to work or school for the day, you might say, oh no, I left my wallet at home. So it refers to something inside your house. So please note this when you use at home. Some other examples, these are kind of more countryside related, but we say in American English, I'm at the river. I'm at the river. The reason we use the river here is typically because when we are in a town or a city with a river or a couple of different rivers, we can generally guess which river the person means. So yes, even if there are like maybe 2 or 3 rivers in your town or in your city, we tend to use at the river. So we're not always super specific about it, even if there are a few different rivers in the place where we live. Another expression you might hear is at the mountain, at the mountain. This is used when we do mountain-related activities like skiing or snowboarding. So if you're on the phone with a friend or texting a friend, you might say, I'm at the mountain today. You might also use this when you're hiking. You might say, like, I'm hiking at the mountain, though I feel like it's more commonly used with skiing and snowboarding. I'm hiking at the mountain. You might also hear in the mountains, plural, in the mountains. That tends to be a little bit more commonly used for hiking-related activities. I'm hiking in the mountains today because it sounds like you're going between mountains, like there's more than one, perhaps. So we tend to use in the mountains more for hiking, at the mountain more commonly for ski and snowboard and other snow-related activities. So a note about at and in is that sometimes in is also correct, but it refers to being inside a place. So in many of these example sentences, we absolutely can use in instead of at. So a lot of questions from viewers are like, is it correct to use in or is it correct to use at? And the answer is yes, they're both correct to use in many cases. The difference is this right here. When we use in with one of these locations, like in the bank or in the supermarket, it refers more to being inside the supermarket. If you just want to describe like being maybe in front of the supermarket or you're going to enter the supermarket but you're not inside yet, you want to say I'm at the supermarket, it's better to use at. If you want to refer to being inside something, inside a location in a city, you would say I'm in the supermarket, like on the phone. I'm in the supermarket right now. Do you need anything? Is also totally correct. You could say I'm at the supermarket right now. Also totally correct. So we use it with these kinds of city locations, both in and at. We do not, however, say in work. We don't say in work. We say I'm at work because it's kind of like a condition. Same thing with home. We don't say I'm in home. You might hear people say I'm inside my house or I'm inside my home right now, but we don't say in home. So you can use in with these kinds of places. I'm in the bank right now. I'm in the supermarket right now. I'm in my school right now. So you might hear it with like building names, and that's totally correct. You can use at or in those cases. A couple of other points regarding use of in for locations. You can use in before city and country names. So for example, I'm in Barcelona, or he's in Switzerland, or she's in Toronto. So we do not use at in these cases, like he's at Barcelona. We don't use that, or she's at Switzerland. We do not use at before city and country names in this way. So please keep this in mind. Locations inside cities and in the countryside areas, we use at to describe those. We use in before city and country names. Okay, let's continue to the next use of at. We use at to talk about the time of day. So this means we use it before the time of a scheduled activity. Some examples, let's meet at 2. So at comes before 2. Yes, you can say, let's meet at 2 p.m. or let's meet at 2 o'clock. All of those sentences are correct. We just need to use it before the time expression. Another one, she arrived at 3:30. She arrived at 3:30. Again, you can say 3:30. That's totally fine as well. All of those are correct. This is a past tense action, but we're still talking about the scheduled activity, something that happens like according to a schedule. We use at. Another one, we left at 10. We left at 10. So again, it comes before the time expression. One more, he's going to start the meeting at 9. So this is a future activity, a future scheduled activity. He's going to start the meeting at 9. You'll also hear at night. At night. When we want to talk about something that happens at night, we use at night. Please note, we do not use at morning or at afternoon or at evening. We do not use at with these words. We use it for night. At night. Something happens at night. I will just leave late at night. Let's meet late at night. So at night is kind of a set expression for you to remember. A note about the time of day portion here. We use in cases like these, but we use in before a length of time to show duration. So you'll notice each of these example sentences, like 10, 9, 3:32, these are not lengths of time. These are specific points in time. Something happens at a specific point in time. When we use in before a length of time, it shows how long that activity is going to be, or it talks about how long something took in the past. Some examples of this, let's meet in 2 hours. Let's meet in 2 hours. This means 2 hours from this point in time, let's meet. So this refers to a duration of time. We are going to meet in 2 hours. This is the suggestion here. We use in. We cannot use at. Let's meet at 2 hours is incorrect. Another example, we finished the task in 10 minutes. We finished the task in 10 minutes. That means 10 minutes was the duration of time, the length of time required to finish the task. We finished the task in 10 minutes. At is incorrect here. Similarly, we cannot use in these cases. Let's meet in 2 does not refer to meeting at 2 o'clock. We cannot use it in that way. You may, however, hear someone use in before a period of time, like 2 or 10 or something like that, when they mean 10 minutes. Like let's meet in 5 means let's meet in 5 minutes, 5 minutes from now. It follows this pattern. But this is used in very casual situations where the relationship and the plan is very clear. This is a case where you may hear in used before a number. But please keep in mind it does not refer to a time period, or rather it doesn't refer to a time directly. It refers to a time in the future, usually 10 minutes. We usually use this expression in minutes. Let's meet in 5, let's meet in 10, let's meet in 20, perhaps. It's generally a very short period of time. But you cannot use in these cases. She arrived in 3:30 is incorrect. We left in 10 is incorrect. We do not use it in this way. So please keep this in mind. In is used before a length of time to show duration. Okay, I want to finish this lesson by looking at some common expressions that use at. So many people ask, like, why do I use at in this expression? Or what's the rule for using at? So we have these two big rules that we can think about, but there are many English expressions that don't have a specific rule. It's just part of a set expression, like at night. That's just how it is. It's just an expression we use with at. So I've chosen some very common expressions that you can use with at and practice. First, at best. At best. At best means in the best possible case. In the best possible case. We see at best very commonly at the beginning of a sentence. For example, at best, we have 2 weeks to solve the problems with our product. At best, we have 2 weeks to solve the problems with our product. This means, in the best possible case, we have 2 weeks. So, this is a short way to say, in the best possible situation, we can do this. So, we shorten this to at best, at best. Another expression is at all, a very common expression. This is often at the end of a sentence. We use it for emphasis. It means in any way or to the least degree. So for example, I can't speak Chinese at all. I can't speak Chinese at all. So this sentence, I can't speak Chinese, is grammatically correct. At all shows emphasis. It means in any way. I can't speak Chinese. I can't speak Chinese at all is much stronger. It's better for emphasis to include this at all expression there. So you'll find this very commonly at the end of a sentence like this, and it often, but not always, has to do with inability to do something or something that's very difficult to do. Okay, the next expression is at last. At last. At last means finally, finally, something you have waited for a long time or anticipated, been excited about. At last means finally. You'll see it very commonly, like alone, in a kind of excited expression. For example, at last, I saved enough money for a car. I saved enough money for a car. So something the speaker was excited about or something the speaker has been planning for or working towards, we would use at last in coordination together with that expression. So at last, finally, I saved enough money. At last. Another expression, at all hours. At all hours. At all hours means at any time of day. So this one is maybe a little clearer to understand. All hours, that means all hours of the day or at any time of the day. For example, the customer service phone line is available at all hours. So you can kind of see that this at follows this time of day pattern. It's available at all hours, or my neighbors did something at all hours. My neighbors were noisy at all hours. So it's kind of like this pattern, but we use all hours here to mean any time of day. Okay, one final expression is the very common expression at any rate. At any rate. This means anyway or regardless. So this is used typically at the beginning of a sentence, and we often use it when we're kind of contrasting. We're showing like the difference between 2 points. So for example, if you're really, really busy at work and you explain to your coworker, I'm so busy right now, I have so many things I have to do, but at any rate, I have to get this report done by tomorrow. That means anyway. So even though there's all this other stuff, I have to do this. We use at any rate to mean anyway. So this is a very common use, a very commonly used expression too, in work situations and in school and study situations. So it's kind of a nice way to move on from a topic and focus in on something else. So at any rate. So this is an introduction to some common expressions that use at in English and some rules you can follow for using at with locations and with time of day expressions. So I hope that this was helpful for you. If you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making sentences with at, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Also, if you like this lesson, please be sure to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about how to use the preposition in English. Let's get started. Okay, there are three basic groups that I want to talk about for this lesson. The first of these basic groups is locations. So when I say locations, I mean specifically before like city names and country names. Of course, you can also apply this to regions. So maybe something that's larger than a city, but it's not the country. That could be a state or a prefecture or a province, depending on your country. So we can use in before the name of the city, the country, the region to express being inside that place. So let's take a look at a few examples of this. First, I'm in Canada, or he's in Europe, or we're in Egypt. So all of these sentences express that the subject, in this case, I am in Canada, or he is in Europe, or we are in Egypt, they are inside each of these places. So that means inside the country of Canada, inside Europe somewhere, inside the country of Egypt. Another key point about these sentences is that it sounds like they're visiting the place. So these expressions are used when we are traveling to talk about the place we are in now, the location we're in now. So this is a little bit different from sentence patterns like these, which express the place where we live. For example, she lives in New York City, or they live in London. We do not use at for these expressions, we use in. So when you want to describe when you're visiting someplace, you can use in before the place to do that. When you want to talk about the place where you live, you should also use in, but please make sure you use this live before in. So lives in this case, with he, she, or it subjects, and live in with I or you or they subjects. So we can use it to talk about our location, the place where we are physically located. And when we use in, it sounds like we are inside that place. I want to talk about a couple more specific uses, kind of more detailed uses of in. The first one I want to talk about is the expression, he's in the hospital. He's in the hospital. We can use in to refer to buildings, like community locations, like in the supermarket or in the bank or something like that. It's not as common as using at. For example, I'm at the supermarket or I'm at the bank. We use in, again, when we want to emphasize for some reason that we are inside a location. We want to have that feeling of being enclosed inside a space. So if you want to say something like, I'm inside the supermarket, if you want to communicate that idea, you could say, I'm in the supermarket. Like maybe you're searching for someone else in the supermarket. You might say, I'm in the supermarket, where are you? You might use it in that case. But more generally, to refer to the place that we're visiting inside a community, like smaller buildings, we tend to use at more often. In this specific case, however, in marks an important detail. This sentence means the person in the hospital here is sick. So he's in the hospital means he is sick. When we say someone is in the hospital, it means they have been hospitalized. That means they are staying in the hospital. Please note that when we use at in this sentence, like he's at the hospital, it just means the person is visiting the hospital. So if I say, I'm at the hospital right now, it would mean I'm visiting someone in the hospital, or I have a checkup or an appointment with a doctor. It's like I'm there for a short time. If you say, I'm in the hospital, it sounds like you are very sick or you need some extended treatment. So please keep this difference in mind between at and in with this expression. Another one that's very common is this expression, I'm in a meeting. I'm in a meeting. Here, the meeting is happening now. and the person who is speaking is participating. So we always use the expression I'm in a meeting. We don't say I'm at a meeting really. We might say I'm at a conference. So for a very large place or a very large kind of meeting where many people gather, usually like at a hotel or an event center, you could say I'm at a conference. We generally use I'm in a meeting. I'm in a meeting. Okay, so let's move on now. After we've talked about locations, I want to talk about time-related expressions. So there are many different ways that we can use in with time. First, we use in before a length of time to express duration. So that means how long something took in the past. Or to talk about the future, after how long something is going to happen. Let's look at some examples of this. First, let's meet in 10 minutes. That means 10 minutes from now, I want to meet you. So let's meet in 10 minutes. Or he finished his homework in 1 hour. This sentence means, in the past, it took him 1 hour to finish his homework. He finished his homework in 1 hour. It's a natural way to say that. Another one, future, we're leaving for our vacation in 3 days. So this means 3 days from now, we are going to leave for our vacation. Another one, she's going to graduate from college in 1 year. So again, 1 year from this point in time, she's going to graduate. The test results will be ready in 3 months. But this one I want to talk about quickly. In the next few days, you'll notice that this in comes at the beginning of the sentence. That's okay. So in the next few days, this is my time period here. In the next few days, meaning maybe 2 or 3 or 4, we may ask staff to work overtime. So this is referring to, again, a future duration. Never in my life have I seen traffic as bad as today. So here, never in my life, never in my life. So this means in the speaker's life up to now. So like from the past up to now in the speaker's life. This is the time duration here. So there are many different ways we can use in. One key point to remember is about expressions like this. When you're using, 10 minutes or 1 hour or something like that, please be very careful about your use of singular and plural. So for example, in 10 minutes, don't forget this S sound when you're speaking and don't forget the S when you're writing. When you're using singular expressions like 1 hour or 1 year, please note you should not use an S here, not 1 hour, not 1 year. So please be careful of this S in your speech and in your writing. The next point I want to talk about with time-related expressions is using in to express the seasons, or when you're expressing seasons, years, months, and decades. By decades, I mean 10 years at a time. A decade is a 10-year time period. So let's look at some examples of this. I'm going to Mexico in summer. So in comes before the season here. We could use it in autumn or in spring or in winter as well. I love hot soup in winter. So again, in comes before the season. This example sentence uses a decade. What was your fashion like in the 1990s? So please note here in the 1990s, we use the to talk about decades. So in the 1980s, in the 1970s, we use this the before decades. In the decade name, don't forget this S. This means like the group of years inside that decade. So 1990 to 1999. So that group of years, more than one, in other words. That's why we include this S. Okay, one more. Our company earned a lot of money in 2017. So here, in comes before the year I want to talk about. So we can use in these ways as well. The last point that I want to talk about with this group is time of day expressions. So there are a few times of day that we use in with. We use it with the expression in the morning. So I wake up at 8 in the morning, or in the afternoon, or in the evening. We use at with night. We do not say in night, we say at night, at night. So please remember these 3 time of day expressions use in. Okay, let's go to the last group for today. The last group I want to talk about is position. Position, and then I'll have kind of a bonus section down here too. Position, we use in before an object or a place to express something is inside something else. So at the beginning of this lesson, I talked about using in with locations like cities. This is the same idea or a very similar idea, but on a much smaller scale than over here. Some examples. My keys are in my bag. So that means my keys are inside my bag. You can use either if you want, but in is shorter, so it's a little more efficient to say and to write. We're in a cave. We're in a cave. So maybe you can post this as a caption to like a hiking picture or something. We're in a cave. Again, means we are inside a cave. Or I found $20 in my pocket. So the common theme with all of these sentences is that one thing can be inside of another thing. So something in a pocket or in a bag or in a cave. We're like communicating that feeling of being inside something or something is inside something else. So that is what we communicate with this position use of in. We can also consider position like rank. So this is something you see a lot in competitions, tournaments, just various rankings of things. You'll see in before like the type of competition or before like the category. So let's look at some examples of this. Our team won first place in the competition. So here, in comes before like the competition, or it comes before the competition name, the tournament name, the race, the marathon, whatever like the topic is or whatever the competition is, we place in before the name of that thing. Another example, that restaurant is in the city's top 10 list. That restaurant is in the city's top 10 list. So here, the city's top 10 list is kind of like this competition, or it's this exclusive group. That's like the topic that we want to describe the restaurant belonging to. So we use in. That restaurant is in the city's top 10 list. Please note in these cases, we don't use inside. We're not communicating a feeling of like being enclosed in something here. We're rather describing rank or position kind of conceptually. So we cannot use inside in place of in these examples. All right, the last point I want to talk about is this kind of extra point. We use in when we're talking about our beliefs and our opinions. Some examples. I believe in you. So this is a very like encouraging expression. I believe in you, which is meant to like inspire confidence in someone. So we use in before the noun phrase, in this case you, before the noun phrase that we have strong feelings or a strong opinion about. I believe in something. Another example, we believe in a healthy work-life balance for all employees. So that means we have strong positive opinions about this topic for all employees. So you will see believe in noun phrase as kind of a set pattern. So these are all the topics I want to talk about for this lesson. As I've kind of hinted at here though, there are many uses of in that are idiomatic. That means they're part of like a set expression, and that's something that will come with time and with study and vocabulary practice, understanding when to use in those cases. However, when you're talking about locations or time of day, or you're talking about position, you can follow these guidelines to help you choose between, for example, at or maybe on or by. So I hope that this was helpful for you. If you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some example sentences with this information, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you enjoyed this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about how to use the preposition on in English. Let's get started. The first use of on that I want to talk about is with days of the week. We use on before days of the week when we're talking about our schedule. This can be for future tense, for past tense, anytime. Some quick examples: on Tuesday or on Saturday. We also use it before the weekend, on the weekend, like when you're talking about your plans. You're going to go somewhere on the weekend, or I went somewhere on the weekend. We use on before the weekend as well. If you want to talk about a specific time of day plus the day, you also need to use on. So that means on Monday night, for example, or on Sunday afternoon. So yes, even though you're talking about like night or afternoon, we don't use the prepositions we usually use with these, like at night or in the afternoon. We use on because it precedes, it comes before a day of the week. So please use on when you're referring to days of the week. The next kind of group that I want to talk about is using on when you're talking about special occasions. So special occasions means events, and holidays. So some examples are on your birthday. Of course, your could be my birthday or his birthday, her birthday. Someone's birthday, on Christmas, on Thanksgiving, on Halloween, whatever. Any holidays, on our anniversary. So the anniversary marks the day you got married to someone. So we use on before these special events, these special days. So please keep in mind we use on before all of these. Let's take a look at the next group then. The next group is position-related uses. So when we use on to talk about a position, we're using it to express that an object is on top of some kind of surface. So here's a drawing of a table and a book. We could say the book is on the table. So there's some kind of object that is resting on top of some kind of surface. So I'll show you a couple of different examples of how this is used. It's not always one thing directly on top of another, but it might be one thing on a surface that's not just up and down, but actually a wall, for example. So let's take a look at some examples. First, my coat is on the sofa. So this one, again, is a simple kind of vertical. We can think of it vertically, like up and down example. My coat is on the sofa. Or you left your coffee on my desk. So that means on top of a surface. Your coffee on my desk. These examples, however, have kind of a shift required. So more horizontal thinking instead of vertical. So for example, write your sentence on the board. So when I wrote these sentences on the board, for example, I used on to describe that action, to write something on the board. So you can imagine your letters are on top of the surface that is the board here. So write your sentence on the board. We use on in this case too. I hung a picture on the wall. So again, the same idea where the wall is the surface and we place the picture or we hang the picture on that surface. We use on in all of these cases. Another situation in which we use on is when we're talking about parts of the body, especially when we're talking about like contact points or maybe things that we wear. So some examples. I usually wear a ring on this finger. So I'm talking about an object, something that I wear, and before the part of the body, I use on. I usually wear a ring on this finger. Or to use different clothing or different body part examples, you could say like, he has cool shoes on his feet, or that's a nice sweater on your friend as well. So we can also refer to like a full person, like an actual person, or that shirt looks nice on you. We can use on to refer to a part of the body, and we can also use it to refer to a person as well, like a full, someone's full appearance. We might use on plus that person, like you, as I said, or your friend, to describe someone. Okay, another one. A bug bit me on my arm. So again, a place on the body, a place that something happened, like a contact point. So a bug bit me on my arm. So on shows like the location, the position on the body part. one more. There's something on your face. So again, that means that there's something that's like maybe stuck to you, and we use on to describe that. We would not use at in this case. We use on to talk about like that contact point. Or if it's more helpful, you can think about it as something being on top of, like the surface of your face. So please use on in these cases. Okay, let's move on to the next group. The next group is for devices, machines, transportation. We use on to talk about all of these types of things. So some very common example sentences might be, I'm on the bus right now. I'm on the bus. So on comes before the type of transportation. You could say, I'm on a plane right now, or I'm on a train right now. I'm on my bike right now, whatever. You can use a mode of transportation to mean that you are riding that thing, or you are using that thing. Another example, she's on the phone. So to be on the phone means someone is currently talking to someone. So that means the phone is in use. We use on the phone. When we finish using the phone, you can say, okay, she's off the phone, actually, which means that the phone call has finished. But on the phone is a very common use of on. Another one, I can't open your file on my laptop. I can't open your file on my laptop. So here, we're using laptop, but you could use any device. Like, I can't open this file on my phone, or I can't open this file from my tablet, or whatever. You can use a type of device and use on to refer to doing something with that. Like, I edited this video on my computer, or we're shooting this video on such and such like format. So you can use on to talk about devices. Another one. I saw your post on Instagram. I saw your post on Instagram. So again, this is kind of like a digital sort of, I guess, platform. So for all of like social media platforms like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, whatever, when we want to talk about posts or videos, pictures, whatever, we use on before the name. So here, Instagram. You could replace this with anything online. I saw your post on blah, blah, blah. You could use this for like blog articles, publications, whatever. So it's not like a device, no, but it's like a platform, a digital platform. So we use it to talk about that. Another one. We saw you on TV last night. We saw you on TV last night. So we use on TV, yes. We use this one for TV programs. We use it for, as I said, like YouTube, social media, stuff like that. Please keep in mind, though, when we're talking about movies, this is kind of a special case. When we're talking about movies, we typically use in. Like, I saw you in a movie. In that case, we would use in. When we're talking about TV, we usually say on. I saw you on TV. So the difference here is that when we're talking about movies and TV, it's like we're describing someone's role. So if someone's job was to perform in a movie, we're kind of referring to their role in the movie. So they kind of were a participant in the group of that movie. So we use in those cases. Like they were kind of in the group of people making the movie, if that's helpful for you. When we see someone on TV, maybe, it's like they just happened to be there. Maybe they were doing an interview or something like that. I saw you on TV. So if you want to just talk about like a friend, for example, that you saw in a TV program, like local news or something, please use on to describe that. If you want to refer to a friend or something that was appearing in a movie, please use in. We don't say, I saw you on a movie. We saw you in a movie. I suppose an interesting middle ground here is if your friend appears in a TV show. So if your friend is an actor or an actress or something like that, use in to talk about that. Like my friend is in this TV show. But if you want to talk about like just happening, if you just happen to see something that's like a show on TV, we use on to describe that. So please use on in most cases for TV, unless you have friends who are actors and actresses. Okay. Let's go to the last group here then. The last group that I have is this common expressions. Common expressions. There are many expressions that use on, and unfortunately there's not an easy rule to remember all of these expressions. We just have to study them like vocabulary words. But I want to address a few very common ones that may cause some confusion from time to time. The first expression is on time. Lots of people ask me, what is the difference between on time and in time? On time means something happens at the scheduled time. For example, the bus arrived on time. So the bus arrived at the scheduled time. Or we didn't start the meeting on time, meaning we did not start the meeting at the scheduled time. So the difference between on time and in time is that in time is used when we want to refer to having enough time to do something. So I didn't arrive in time for the meeting. It means I did not arrive with enough time to participate in the meeting. So this is different from on time. On time means something happens at the scheduled time, or in this case, did not happen at the scheduled time. In time means having enough time. The other example I wanted to share is on the way, on the way. So sometimes I hear people use in the way. In the way means something is like creating a blockage. There's some kind of barrier between you and something else, or there's some problem, meaning you can't go forward. Something is in the way. When you are on the way, though, you are in the process of traveling, or an object is in the process of traveling. For example, I'm on the way to work, or your package is on the way. So that means it's on its route. It's on the way. So you can think of the way as like the road to a destination. So on the way is used to mean traveling somewhere, currently traveling somewhere. In the way means something is blocking you or something is creating a barrier. So please keep this in mind. All right. So that's an introduction to how and when to use on, the preposition on in English. As I said, there are many expressions that use on, but they just require some study as with any other vocabulary word. So I hope that this helped you. If you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some example sentences with on, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you like this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Hi everybody, my name is Alicia, and today we're going to be talking about the top 25 English phrases, so let's get started. The first phrase is hello. Hello, of course, is used as a greeting. You can greet your friends, you can greet your coworkers, your family with this phrase just by saying hello. Hey, hi, what's up? Hello. Sup? Yo. Pretty much any time of day you can use hello. Hello. The next phrase is good morning. Good morning is used as a greeting in the morning. You can kind of feel when morning ends for you. Good morning is nice and polite, or even just morning with your close friends or close coworkers. The next phrase is good night. Good night is fine. We don't use this to greet other people. We use it when we're saying goodbye to other people at night. Family members, particularly mothers and fathers, to say good night to their children before they put them to bed. You can say it to your friend in a text message or in an email if you've been talking for a while. Good night. So the next word to talk about is goodbye. Use it when you say goodbye to your friends, when you leave your friends. Goodbye. Bye, of course. Take care. Have a nice day. Peace out. That's another way to say goodbye. Okay, the next phrase is I'm plus your name. Of course, this is a way to introduce yourself. You can use I'm, in my case, Alicia. I'm Alicia to introduce yourself in any situation. New friend, I'm Alicia. Okay, the next phrase is what's your name? What's your name is used to ask someone else what their name is. So, what is your name sounds a bit, try to use what's your name. If you forget someone's name, you can say sorry, what's your name? Or sorry, what's your name again? Next phrase is nice to meet you. Nice to meet you anytime you meet someone new. Nice to meet you is fine. Good to meet you is a little more casual. Great to meet you sounds very excited. Pleasure to meet you sounds like maybe a formal situation or a business context. Okay, the next phrase is how are you? How are you is just a friendly way to check in with the other person. You can use it with friends, your family, your coworkers, maybe even your boss to a certain degree. How are ya? How you doing? The next phrase is I'm fine, thanks. And you? If you saw English in 3 minutes, we talked a lot about this phrase. Instead of I'm fine, thank you, and you, say I'm good, thanks. How are you? Just shorten it, make it a little bit more natural. How are you? Good. How are you? Great. How are you? Not so good. How are you? Okay, and so on. So when someone says, how are you? I usually say, I'm good. This week, I blah, blah, blah. Give some information about what you've been up to. Maybe a hobby, something that you did recently, an event, something interesting you saw, whatever. People want to make that connection with you, and it's a good chance for you to continue speaking. The next word is please. Please is a polite phrase used when you want something from someone else. You can use this as a response when someone offers you something, like in a restaurant, for example. Would you like more water? Would you like something to drink? Oh, please. The next phrase is thank you. Thank you is used to express your appreciation. You can use thank you with everybody. The next phrase is you're welcome. You're welcome. When someone says thank you, you can say you're welcome. No biggie. I use no biggie, as in no biggie is short for no big problem. The next word is yes. Yes, of course. Yes means is any positive expression. Someone asks you a question and the answer is a positive answer. You say yes, yep, uh-huh, yeah, we. No. Next, I'm guessing I know it. Yep, the next word is no. No is a negative response to something when you have to give a negative answer. So as you can probably guess, the long form of no is negative. I like to use nope. It's very, very casual. Not gonna happen. My parents would use that with me. To soften that a little bit, if you want to show a negative response to something, like let's go out for dinner tonight. What do you want to do? Like, do you want to go out? Not really. No, I don't think so. To soften it. The next word is okay. Okay. This word comes from copy editors. Okay. When they had to check a manuscript, they had to label the manuscript all clear, AC. But because they were copy editors and they have a very, very sick sense of humor, they thought they would mark it okay for all clear to make a joke.
Today,
Because
I'm going to
O
show
and
you.
K do not start all and clear. But it caught on among everybody in the world. Anyway, okay is used to agree with somebody else. Well, it can be used actually to express a positive or kind of a slight negative, I feel. Transitioning in your conversation, you can say, okay, now we're going to talk about blah, blah, blah. Okay, the next phrase is excuse me. Excuse me, it's used to get someone's attention in English when you don't know the other person. For example, in a store, a supermarket, maybe a stranger on the street, you need to ask directions. You can use excuse me. You can use excuse me in the supermarket. Excuse me, can you tell me where the hot sauce is? If you've done something rude in public, you can use excuse me. I personally do not do rude things in public ever. I'm sorry is the next word we're going to talk about. I'm sorry is used to apologize. When you have made a mistake or someone you know has made a mistake and you're connected to it or you just feel bad, you can use I'm sorry. You made a mistake at work. I'm sorry. You forgot to feed your cat. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. You bumped someone next to you. Oh, sorry. What time is it is the next phrase when you need to check what time it is. What time is it? When you ask someone else what time it is, maybe you say this to yourself too. Check your watch, check your phone, check a clock. Pretty straightforward phrase. There aren't really any short versions, so that's an easy one. Where is the plus a location. So you can use this for a building or a store. We're not going to use this where is the for a place, a city name or a state name or a country name. To do that, you would need to remove the. But where is the bank? Where is the post office? You can use this to ask directions, to ask for help in your house or at work. Where is the copy machine? Where is the file I need? Where is the blah, blah, blah? Where is the bathroom is perhaps a very important question to know. The next one is, may I use the restroom? May I use the restroom is a polite and soft expression that you can use if you need to use the toilet, you need to use the washroom. When you're at someone's house for the very first time, when you're in a place that is new to you, you can ask, may I use the restroom? More casually, can I go to the bathroom? To be very polite, you can say, may I go to the bathroom? The next phrase is, I would like to order something. You can use this at a restaurant probably, or in any situation where you need to place an order. I'd like a pizza. I'd like a beer. Can I get the check, please? This will be used at a restaurant. When you've finished your meal and it's time to go, can I get the check, please? In a very, very casual situation, you can just say, check, please. That's fine. The next phrase is see you soon. See you soon is used with friends and family members, perhaps, when you expect to see them again soon after saying goodbye to them. This is used at the end of the conversation. You're going separate directions. See you soon. See ya is also good, or just see you. To make it a little more formal, you can say, I'll see you again soon. Make a full sentence. The next phrase is see you later. See you later is very similar to see you soon, but the point is with see you later is that you're probably going to meet that person again later on in the same day. The last phrase is really. Really is a very useful word because you can use it to show you're interested in a conversation with upward intonation. Really, really, tell me more. Or to show that you're not so interested in the conversation with downward intonation. Really. So there are many other words that you can use similar to really in this way, like seriously or oh, and so on. So it's a really good practice for your intonation. So those are 25 very common words and phrases in English. If you liked this video, if you like this topic, please subscribe. I'm sure there'll be a button here somewhere or a button here or wherever. But please be sure to subscribe to our channel because we're going to be doing more videos like this, and we already have more videos like this, so please be sure. Thanks very much for watching, and we'll see you again.
See you again.
Really? Oh, interesting. Uh-huh. Okay, I see. Great, fantastic, unbelievable. Gratitude, subjects. What do we have for dinner tonight? Pizza? Affirmative. I'll riff on that. I am Chris Hardwick. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia, and today we're going to be talking about the top 25 English verbs by frequency, so let's get into it. Be is the first English verb. Be refers to existence. I want to be an astronaut. I think you would be a great person for this job. Be yourself. Let's be friends. I could have been a writer if I wanted to be. The next verb is have. I have a dog. I have an idea. What do you have? How many do you have? How much money do you have? Do you have any friends? How have you been? Have you seen my mom? I can't find her. Have yourself a merry little Christmas. The next verb is do. Do you want some pizza? Do you have a dog? Do I want to give any nifty-doo? Dooby-doo-be-doo, if you're Frank Sinatra. I do the things that you do better. Say what you want. Say my name, say my name. Say you love me. Do you know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? The next verb is get. Get a life, get a job, get a haircut, get a better suit, Steven. What you got? I could have gotten pony, but I went with a lizard instead. I'm getting tired. That's not true. The next verb is make. Make a cake. Make your mother proud. Someone outside is making a strange face at me through the window at the moment. That is a true story. Make a living through legitimate means. The next verb is go. Go big or go home. I'm going to the beach. You should go to the beach. You should go to the forest. Go to a baseball game with me. Past tense of go is went. I went spelunking on my holiday. The next word is no. This is an interesting word because no is actually not commonly used in the progressive tense. No is commonly used in present tense to refer to your mental state or your emotional state. So we don't really say I am knowing, really. But we can say I know. I know the answer. What do you know about this issue? He couldn't have possibly known the location of the treasure. How many people do you know? I knew it! The next verb is take. Take a cake. Take a break. Take yourself to bed. You should take a vacation. Have you ever taken a bath? The next word is see. We'll see. I'll see you later. The next verb is come. Come is the next verb. Please come to my house. Come to a party. I'm gonna come over to your place later. The next word is think. Think. I think you're great. He thinks pizza is the best food. I'm thinking about lunch. I'm thinking about coffee. What are you thinking about? I've been thinking about something. That's a Hanson song. Have you ever thought about the meaning of life? Look. Look is the next verb. Please look at the camera. Look over there. Look over here. Look, a dog. Look at your mom. Oh my gosh, would you look at that? Look at the time. Look. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's actually a bird. Look at that. Is it me you're looking for? Hello? Next word is want. Want. What do you want? I want food. How many coffees have you ever wanted? I wanted to go to the dry cleaners this morning, but I ran out of time. That's true. The next verb is give. Give me a break. I'm going to give you a raise, Stevens. I'm giving you the axe. Fired. Give me a break. Give me a break. Baby, please, I kick that far. I have given you everything I have. Go unto Mordor, Frodo. I could have given you the world, and instead I gave you a carpet. Use is the next word. Use. Don't use a pen. I like using chocolate when I make food. Are you using me for my brain? Next is find. We could have found buried treasure last weekend. I'm finding Nemo. Find things on the internet with Google. Find English words and phrases at EnglishClass101.com. Yeah! Tell is the next verb. Tell me a story. Tell me lies. Tell me sweet little lies. Tell me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I'm told that you are an extremely good opera singer. I'm telling you to leave. Tell lies every day. Don't tell lies. The next word is ask. Ask. Please pronounce this correctly. It is not axe. Many native speakers make this pronunciation mistake, and it really bothers me. Ask. Ask me about my collection of rare donut recipes. Ask your mom about her life. Why don't you ask your boss to the party? How about you ask your coworker for some advice about this issue? I should have asked for help, but I didn't. The next verb is work. Work is work. I'm working now. Seem, to seem. The weather seems nice today. He seemed a little angry this morning. Feel is the next word. Feel. I feel happy. Feelings. How does it feel? Feel. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Try. Oh my gosh, try is the next word. I'm trying my best. I try every day to work very hard. Have you ever tried ramen? I tried ramen yesterday and it was really good. Do you try to exercise every day? I'm trying to sleep. Go away. The next verb is leave. Leave. Leave me alone. Leave your doors unlocked. Don't leave your doors unlocked. I have never left a hot air balloon without first taking a picture. The next verb is call. Call is the next verb. Give me a call. Please call me later. Call me maybe. Call your mom on her birthday every year. She'll be happy. Call, call. If you're a seagull, have you ever called the wrong number? Have you ever called a dog by another dog's name? And that's the end. That was the most fun episode I've ever done, I think. So those are 25 English verbs, some very, very common English verbs. Give them a try. We've talked about a lot of different grammar forms and a lot of different ways you can use these verbs. So please practice them. And if you like this video, please be sure to comment. Please, please, please be sure to subscribe to. We'll have a button around here somewhere, maybe many buttons. So please subscribe to us and check out more content as it becomes available. Thanks very much, and we'll see you again soon. Bye. Surfed. Look at that. Leave your babies outside of the movie theater. Leave your attitude at the door. There are a lot of verbs in English. Okay, these are just a few. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia, and today we're going to be talking about the top 25 English nouns. These are the top 25 most commonly used nouns in English, so let's get started. The first noun is the word name. Name, of course, is used in common questions like what's your name, my name is, and so on. My favorite actor's name is Harrison Ford, something like that. The next word is time. Time is used, of course, to express the point in the day, is used in questions like, what time is it? Can you tell me what time it is? I don't have any time lately, if you're really busy. Have you any time? It's time for my favorite show, House of Cards. Kevin Spacey is cool. The next noun is man. Please be careful. Man is one of those words that has an irregular plural form. When you need to use the plural of the word man, you should say men. Do not say mans. It's very funny, but don't say it. Who's that man? Or what's up, man? You can use man with men or women, interestingly enough. The next word is woman. Woman also has an irregular plural form. Please say women when referring to more than one woman, not women's or woman's. Even though the singular and the plural form of women and woman have the same spelling at the beginning, W-O-M, the pronunciations are different. Woman, women. So watch out for that when you say this. Pretty woman. The next word is person. Person. You can use it to refer generally to either a man or a woman. Please be careful. Person's plural form becomes people. When you want to talk about another culture, for example, you can say such and such country's people, or the people in that country speak blah, blah, blah language. The next word is thing. Generally an inanimate object, something that just doesn't move, like a water bottle or, a sweater, a thing. You can use it when you don't know the word for something. So thing is very, very useful. What is this thing? I like many things, for example. Where the Wild Things Are, the movie that's already out that I totally knew about. The next word is mother. Mother is the person, the woman who gave birth to you. Isn't that exciting? Mother is commonly shortened to mom or mama or mommy, ma, madre if you speak Spanish, mum, mamba if you're me, mamacita. The next word is day. Of course, day is used in all of the days of the week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Time period when the sun is out, the day or the daytime. Have a nice day. The next word is world. World just refers to the entire planet Earth. Well, I like to travel all around the world, or I like trying foods from all around the world. In the world of science, upcoming technology, or in the world of literature, he's one of the most famous authors. So world can be used to refer just to kind of a more specific hobby or a specific interest or just a specific person's life. War of Worlds. Father. Father is your dad. Other common words used for father are dad, papa, pop, daddy, pa, faja. I use that one with my dad. While mother is used to refer to kind of like nurturing, kind of like, the earth or things that like kind of give life to others. Father, at least in my mind, there's kind of this image of someone who's a little bit more strict in your life. The next word is sister. A female sibling is your sister. You can also use sister for a female person that you feel very, very close with. So I might call my female friend, I'm very close to, my sister. My brother likes to shorten it to sis. You might also hear sista as well if you are silly. Sister. Whoopi Goldberg was in a famous movie called Sister Act. The next word is brother. Brother is a male sibling. You can also use brother to refer to a close male friend. Common variations of brother are brother, bro, bra, Rosie, broski. Depending on what kind of person you are, you can choose to use any number of those. Like, I might sarcastically say to my friend, cool story, bro, like if he's told me a story that's not very exciting. In Mario, for example, the name of the Mario games is actually Super Mario Brothers, but Brothers is abbreviated as B-R-O-S, Super Mario Bros. Yeah, just be careful about your use of bro, because it sounds a little bit like a college-age boy. That's kind of the feeling of the word bro. Oh, brother, where art thou? The next word is daughter. Daughter is a female child. Daughter. Do you have a daughter? I have a daughter. I don't have a daughter. Taken. It's son. A man have a daughter? I have a daughter. I don't have a daughter. Taken. It's son. A male child is someone's son. Son, S-O-N, is pronounced exactly the same as S-U-N, son. What are you talking about, son? The next word is I, E-Y-E, I. Your eye is the round thing that you use to see with. I is used in a lot of expressions and idioms in English, as in, I've got my eye on you, meaning I'm watching you. Or keep your eye out for something, meaning please look for something, or please pay close attention. I'm waiting for something to happen. The next word is hand, body part. Give me a hand, or can I give you a hand, means please help me, or can I help you, to give someone a hand. Head, this thing on the top of your body, your head. We use head to refer to the top of things, as in the head of a company, the head of a group, the head of the line. So whoever is first in the line, whoever is top at the company, they are the head. If you have a head, dance. If you have a head, then dance. Woo! The next word is foot. This is another word that has a weird plural form. 1 foot, 2 feet. Foot, interestingly enough, foot is used, of course, to refer to your body part. A foot also is a unit of measurement. If you are from America, or I believe one other country in the world uses this system. Sorry, we're not on board with the metric thing in America. But foot is 12 inches, about this long. So if head refers to the top of things, foot is used to refer to the bottom of things. If you've written a paper on Microsoft Word, for example, at the very bottom of the page, there will be a space called the footer, meaning the bottom, where you can put little notes to your reader. The next word is place. Place can be used to refer generally to a location, commonly to refer to friends' homes or apartments. Let's go to your place, or can we have the party at your place, is a little bit more natural than I want to go to your house. The next word is work. Be careful about using work as a noun and work as a verb. Your work refers to your job, your responsibilities, your tasks at your office or your workplace. You can use it in a phrase like, I have a lot of work to do, or please help me with my work. I like to go to work. It can be used to just refer to anything artistic in general. So it can be a painting, it can be a building, it can be a sculpture, it can be, I don't know, whatever. Anything artsy can be referred to as work, as in, I really like that new work by that artist, or did you see so-and-so's new work? Twerk? The next word is week. Week refers to the 7-day period that we have decided is 1 week here in the modern world. Commonly used in expressions relating to your activities, as in I go to the gym once a week, or I see my friends twice a week, or I have to work every day of the week. Monday through Friday is referred to as weekdays. Saturday and Sunday, weekend. Next word is month. Month is, there are 12 months in a year. My favorite month, depending on which country I'm in, I generally like autumn months, like October. I think I usually like the month of October. September, October is good because it's not too hot, not too cold, and Halloween is coming, and that's my favorite holiday. Hannah month, Tana. The next word is year. Year refers to the time period, usually 365 days. There are leap years where there is an extra day in the month of February. What year were you born? Or I was born in the year of the rabbit, depending on which calendar you like to use. It can be used to introduce a story, as in many years ago I went to blah, blah, blah. Year of the platypus. Next is the word one, the number 1, the first number, 1 of something. To refer to somebody who you loved and who left your life, you can say, oh, he or she was the one that got away. The next one is the word number, but it can be used in a number of expressions, like what's your phone number, or give me your number, or here's my number. It means phone number, but we don't always say phone. That's the end of the top 25 most common nouns in the English language. Maybe you've used some of these, you probably have. Keep them in mind and have fun with them. Thanks very much for watching this episode, and we'll see you again soon. Bye! If you have a head, woo! Do you like trees? Yeah! Yeah! Right. Matt.
Get you out of that. I'm trying to save you. Come on. Too much. Too powerful. You know, behavior, safe, and miss of weakness. I should grab more in case Hey Frankie.
The coffee is in me.
Yeah.
Hi everybody, my name is Alicia, and today we're going to be talking about the top 25 English adjectives. So these are the top 25 English adjectives in terms of how often they're used. So let's get right into it. Okay, the first adjective is the word good. Good can be used to refer to anything that you think is good or great or positive. In the comparative form, it is better. In the superlative form, it is best. So I think pizza is good. I think that sleep is good. I really think that sleep is good. Baseball is good, playing sports is good, video games are good. The next word is new. Comparative form, newer, superlative form, newest. I have a new haircut. Do you want a new bike? I need to get a new job. Not true, sorry, no, just an example sentence. So next one is first. First just refers to the number 1 of something. Yeah, the original of something. You could say the first silent film, or the first movie I ever watched, or the first CD I ever bought. The first CD I ever bought was Michael Jackson's Bad. The next word is last. the
trying to
final of something. We use last to refer to the most recent of something as well, as in the last time I went to the beach, or the last time I went to the forest, or the last time I saw my friend. Have you ever eaten the last piece of pizza when you weren't supposed to? What was the last word we talked about? It was first. The next word is long. Long. Anything that you feel is... Lightsabers are long. Subway sandwiches are long. I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to laugh for long. The next word is great. Great can be used to express any positive emotion. Somebody gives you new information and you think it's good, but you want to express that it's even better than good. You can say it's great. Greater is the comparative form. Greatest is the superlative form. The greatest invention of all time was the light bulb, for example. What do you think is your greatest achievement? One of life's greatest pleasures is finding people to be good friends with. Is great. The next word is little. This is a very common word that gets used in an expression like when I was little, referring to when you were a kid. So when I was little, I really liked to play outside. Or when I was little, I was really into Pokemon. I have said very little about the word little. The next word is near. Near, nearer, nearest. You probably know the location of the nearest maybe supermarket to your house or the nearest post office. I live near a very fashionable store. The next word is big. Big is used for anything that is large in size or large conceptually. So for example, you can say an elephant is a big animal, or in terms of concept, you can say, let's see, that fashion is really big right now, or that artist is really big right now, and that refers to popularity. Big movies are exciting to watch with friends. Do you have any bigger sandwiches? I'm really hungry. Next word is other. Other just refers to something else, something different from what is currently happening. The other thing, the other person. My other friend is a DJ. My other friend is a cook. My other friend is a dancer. My other friend, I have very interesting friends. What other things have you done with your life? The next word is old. Old, it can be used to refer to people. It can be used to refer to animals, to art, anything that has a long history. So maybe I like old movies, or I don't like old art, or I think my grandpa is really, really old. This is getting old. The next word is right. This can be used to refer to the direction, right, as in the opposite of left, or it can be used to refer to something that is correct. So in a sentence like, you're right, it means you are correct. That is the correct answer. It can also be used to mean right, as in make a right turn. But you'll have to listen to the context to decide which meaning is the true meaning. This is not right could mean something that's not fair or that you disagree strongly with. This is not right. The next word is high. High refers to something that is very tall, very way up somewhere. So many people might say, like, I have a fear of high buildings, or I have a fear of high places. It can also, in the comparative form, just refer to something higher or taller than something else. Highest, meaning the most high. Squeaky level is high. I like high volume music. The next word is different. Not the same as something else, is different. I think that having many different friends is a lot of fun. Do you enjoy listening to different kinds of music? The next word is small. Small, smaller, smallest. Small and little are extremely similar. I would pretty much use them in the same way. However, we don't say when I was a small kid. We say when I was a little kid, or you can say when I was small. The next word is large. Large and big are very much the same. I will say, though, that large is used on clothing sizes. Big is not. When we talked about big, we talked about how big can be used to refer to something that's very popular. Large is not used to refer to something that's popular. Large is used for sizing, I feel, only. So, like, a house can be large, but it's used to refer to, like, the physical size of something. Large and in charge. Large, larger, largest. This is the largest hippopotamus in the zoo. I have to go. The next word is easy. Easy is the next word. Easy, easier, easiest. This is a good one that you can use anytime something seems very simple for you. For example, this test is easy, or that was the easiest thing I've ever done, or I hope this test is easier than the last test. Oh gosh, don't call a person easy, Alicia. Don't ever call a person easy unless you're trying to be really rude. My driving test was really easy. Or what's the easiest language you've ever studied? The next word is difficult. Difficult is something that seems hard to do. What is the most difficult thing you've ever had to do? The most difficult thing I've ever had to do was move to a different country. The next word is young. Young, younger, youngest. Come on, guys. Younger generations have a lot of new technologies to experiment with. Young! The next word is important. Important, more important, most important. What is important to you? I think that practicing another language is more important than playing my banjo. I don't have a banjo. You can find something that's important to you and put your time into it. I think drinking a lot of water every day is important. Putting on your shoes before you leave the house is very important. I have to go. It's very important that I go. Next word is interesting, interesting. Anything that you think is cool, anything that you find that makes you go, ooh, is something that's interesting. I think that this type of music is the most interesting type of music. Your mom is interesting. The next word is short, short, shorter, shortest. I am the shortest person in my class. I'm the shortest person in the room. Short just refers to something that is not long, so it can refer to a size or it can also refer to a concept, as in a length of time. So like, I'm going to travel abroad for a short period of time. Bad. You know I'm bad, you know. Bad, something that is not good. Bad food will give you bad feelings in your stomach. You're a bad dog. Who's a bad dog? You're a bad dog. The next one is boring. Something that is not interesting. Something that does not make you go, ooh, but something that makes you go, huh. The most boring story I've ever heard was a story about a tomato. If I don't do anything, this will be really boring. Oh, far, referring to distance. Something that is not near to you is far. How can I go farther? Far. The farthest I've ever run is 7 kilometers. I'm not running. Okay, that's the end of the top 25 English adjectives. You've probably used these if you're studying English, and if you haven't, try to experiment with them and see what kind of interesting sentences that you can make up. Try to use the normal form and the comparative form and the negative form and the superlative form. You can express a lot with just these 25 words, so give them a try. Thanks very much for watching us in this lesson, and we'll see you again soon. Bye! Cows are delicious! Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. Today we're going to be talking about the top 10 favorite English words. We asked our fans on Facebook what their favorite English words were, and these are the top 10 that came out, so let's talk about them. Come on. The first word, the first phrase is come on. Come on is a phrase that's used to encourage other people. Like, let's go to the party, come on. Or you can also use it with downward intonation as in come on when you feel upset about something. Someone has stopped in front of you on the middle of the street and you're trying to walk, but they just don't move. You can say, come on. So don't say that out loud maybe, because they might get upset with you. Come on over, come on over. That's a good one. Yeah, come on over to my house, or come on over to the barbecue this weekend. It's going to be a good time. So you can use it as part of a separate phrase as well, not just by itself. Believe. The next word is believe. Believe is used, a verb. It's a verb. When you trust in something, or that you feel that you know that something exists, or something is possible, or something is capable. Many people use it as in, like, I believe in you, to show that they think that the other person or the other group of people is capable of doing something. Or people use it for their faith as well, like I believe in God, or I don't believe in God. For something that you have your faith in, and another person, or in religion, whatever that might be. Consistency. Consistency is a noun. The consistency of a liquid can be really thick or kind of thin. Or you can also use consistency to talk about something that's important that you need when you're studying a language, for example. Consistency. So consistency refers to doing the same thing the same way over and over and over again. Studying every day, or making a habit out of studying, creating consistency in your study patterns will really help you in learning another language. You can watch our videos every week. We're consistent. Friend. Friend, that's good. I'm glad that that was a word that was chosen from the Facebook thing. Friend, yeah, so someone that you feel close to, or someone that you get along really well with is your friend. In a sentence,
I went out drinking with my friends yesterday, and that was a bad idea. Friend also can be used for the people who follow you or the people who you're connected to on social media. So your Facebook friends, maybe Twitter, you can have Twitter friends, maybe Instagram friends, people that you haven't actually met, but that you somehow have a connection with online. People are now calling them your friends. But whether or not they're true friends remains to be seen. What is a true friend? A true friend is someone who you can tell all your things to and they won't judge you for it. Gate crash. This. Gate crash means to go to an event without having been invited to the event. I've also heard just crash. I haven't heard it with gate, but I just heard crash, as in to crash a party. So in a sentence, I once crashed a house party. I wasn't invited, but somehow we had a connection and we just showed up and had a good time. But usually gate crashes are perceived as they're very unwelcome. Like you shouldn't be there. Great. Great is just a positive word. How are you? I'm great. Oh, how was that movie? It was great. Anytime that you want to express some sort of positivity, you could use the word great. Great. You're great, Eileen. Pizza is pretty great. I haven't eaten pizza in a while. Pizza. I don't know. I love the phrase I don't know. I talked about this phrase in one of the English topics videos that we did with Michael. Check that out if you haven't already. I don't know, of course, is used when you do not know information. You don't know the answer. Your teacher asks you a question in math class or something, and you can say, I don't know, or I have no ideas. So you can use it in this way. But I like to use I don't know a lot to transition in my speech. When I don't have a good idea or when I'm out of things to say and I want to kind of pass the conversation to the next person, I go, I don't know. You can use this when you're trying to make a decision, for example, and you kind of want to encourage the other person to help make the decision. So one person might say, what do you want to do? And you can say, I don't know, what do you want to do? I don't know, what do you want to do? And eventually somebody has to make the decision. But you can kind of pass back and forth with, I don't know, in this sort of soft way. Never mind. Yeah, never mind means don't worry about it. Or maybe like, stop thinking about that. I don't need to think about that anymore. Never mind, like you want to move on in the conversation, you can say never mind, or you make an embarrassing comment, never mind. What is happening? There's like a creaky cracky thing happening. Never mind. Oh, I just used it, never mind. No, it wasn't on purpose. So I just used never mind, that was pretty good. Passion. Passion refers to something that you feel very strongly about, positively usually. So you can feel passion for your studies, you can feel passion for your hobby, you can feel passion for your family or your friends. I think we use passion more so to talk about like a love relationship, a romantic relationship. So you could say, I have passion for my wife, I have passion for my husband, or like I have passion for this hobby that I do. It's a really positive word. So in a sentence, let's see. I think a relationship should be full of passion. I have passion for music. I do. I have passion for music. I'm constantly listening to music. From the moment I wake up in the morning, I literally have headphones in my bed, and I'm listening to the latest new things on my SoundCloud stream. That's true. Sparkler. Why did you guys pick sparkler? Sparkler. A sparkler is a small firework, like a handheld firework that you can use like at 4th of July. You light one end of it and it kind of goes psst. It makes that sound too. It goes psst, and it kind of burns, and you can write stuff, and if you take a picture with a long timer on the camera or whatever, you can spell out boobs. One of my favorite things to do on the 4th of July in America is to light sparklers with my family and friends. And that's the end. So those were, let's see, how many? 10. Those were 10 really cool words that you guys chose from Facebook. Thanks a lot for participating and sending in those words. It's interesting to see what you guys chose. Thanks again for watching today, and we will see you again next time. Bye. We're stirring the pot here at EnglishClass101.com. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia, and today we're going to be talking about 10 of the hardest words to pronounce according to you guys. So we collected some information from you on Facebook. Thanks very much for sending in your ideas. And these were the top 10 most difficult words for you to pronounce. So let's get started. Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely might be tough to pronounce. Absolutely means 100%. Absolutely is an agreement phrase. Are you going to that music event next week? Absolutely. Yes, 100%, definitely. Absolutely. Loot, like a lute. L-U-T-E. Begrime. Begrime apparently means dirty. I have never heard nor used this word before, but perhaps it's difficult to pronounce. Begrime. The door to my apartment was begrimed in the storm last week. Breakfast. The next word is breakfast. Breakfast is hard to pronounce, but that is the meaning of breakfast. You're breaking the fast. So a fast is a period of time without eating, and to break means well, in this case, breaking something. It doesn't refer to like crushing a thing, but stopping something. To break the fast of the night, in other words. So you're fasting during the night, you're not eating, so you wake up in the morning, you break the fast. But we don't say break fast, we say breakfast. In a sentence, this morning for breakfast, I ate a bowl of cereal with grapes, and I had coffee too. Colleague. Colleague, yes, colleague. Many of my students struggle with this. They say colleague, or they say colleague or something, because the spelling of this word is really, really strange. There's that G-U-E at the end. Or more commonly, I feel, it's just coworker. Colleague sounds slightly more formal to me than coworker. Somebody who you work with, or somebody who you have a business relationship with in some sense. Could be a person from another company, could be somebody from your own company. Anyone who you do business dealings with is your colleague, can be your colleague. In a sentence, I'm going to a networking event with my colleagues next week. Miscellaneous. That M-I-S-C, miscellaneous. The spelling, I think, maybe is confusing for this word, miscellaneous. Miscellaneous just means other stuff, or just other uncategorized stuff. I keep a lot of miscellaneous items in a drawer in my house. Maybe they don't really fit into one category, like it's not kitchen things, it's not clothing. It's just sort of a mixture of things, miscellaneous things. Negotiation. The next word is negotiation. Negotiation, yeah, there are two T's in this, but neither T is a hard T. They're both very soft, that sh sound, because they're followed by the I and another vowel, the she, a negotiation. Negotiation refers to a compromise between two people. You're trying to make a decision and you negotiate. In this case, it's the noun form, negotiation. Business negotiations continued for more than a month with this important deal. Realm. Realm. I see why this one's hard. It's that realm part, little realm. It's a weird word, isn't it? It's used to talk about just like the kind of a fantasy world is sort of the nuance of this phrase, the realm. In a sentence, let us go to the realm where the elves live and eat their bread. Unfortunately. The next word is unfortunately. 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 It just means too bad. You can use this to start bad news, for example. Like, unfortunately, I can't come to work today because I'm sick. Or, unfortunately, I broke my arm at the basketball game last week. Or, unfortunately, my haircut is bad. Vocabulary. 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 Vocabulary just refers to the words in a language. My vocabulary in my second language is really, really low. I need a bigger vocabulary so that I can express myself more clearly. World. World. Ah, I see why this one's hard. World, world, hard to pronounce. That R-L-D, I think, together is tough. Plus that W at the beginning as well. It's such a short word, but you have to say so many weird things at the same time. World. Your tongue is going like this. In a sentence, I have traveled all over the world, and the best food is in my stomach. That's the end. So those were 10 hard to pronounce words. Give them a try slowly at first and just kind of try to work up to saying it at a more natural speed if you like. Thank you so much for sharing your opinions with us on Facebook. And please make sure to subscribe to our channel so that you don't miss out on any of this fun information. So thanks again for watching today, and we'll see you again next time. Bye! You don't need new shoes, you need new feet. Why is the Jurassic Park theme song is coming out. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia, and today we're going to be talking about 15 questions that you should know. So these are 15 questions that not necessarily you need to know how to ask them. Perhaps you know some of the questions already, but you will probably also hear these questions as well. So we'll practice a few different answers for these questions too. So let's get started. Do you like American food? The first question is, do you like American food? You will probably be asked this question. Do you like American food? You can either say yes or no, or you can give a specific example. Someone says, do you like American food? Yes, I love Philly cheesesteaks. I would recommend saying yes or a little, or you can just say, I don't know, what do you recommend? Have you been to the United States? The next question is, have you been to the United States? Have you been to the United States? So if someone asks you, have you been to the United States? You should reply with either, yes, I have, or no, I haven't. Or maybe, no, I haven't yet, but I want to. When you want to ask someone this question, you can say, have you been to Japan? Have you been to Egypt? Have you been to China? Whatever. You can use your own country when you ask this question. How are you? How are you? When someone asks, how are you? Don't say, I'm fine, thank you, and you? Please don't say that. Please say something more natural, like, good, great, I'm good, how are you? Something like that is much better than, I'm fine, thank you, and you. Be a little more genuine in your reply. Also, when you ask this question, maybe one point to help you sound a little more natural when you ask someone else. Don't, try to say, how are you? How are you? Instead of, how are you? Or, and make sure your intonation is correct. I've had a few people ask me, how are you? Like a little too, like, yeah, with this question, or like, how are you? But how are you should be the intonation with this. How are you? How are you? Is a little bit more natural. How long have you been studying English? How long have you been studying English? How long have you been studying English? Great question to know the answer to. Your answer should be, I have been studying English for blah, blah, blah years, or blah, blah, blah months, or blah, blah, blah weeks. But if that's too much for you, you can just use the time. How long have you been studying English? 6 years. How long have you been studying English? 2 months. So just pick the time if the whole sentence is quite long for you. How old are you? We don't really go around asking people how old they are, like just the first time you meet them necessarily, especially if they're older, much older than you. Like in particular, it's sometimes considered rude to ask, especially women, how old they are. So just be careful with this question. But if you're about the same age group, maybe you're at an event or a party or something and you just want to check how old the other person is, you can use this phrase. When you reply to this, just say, I'm plus the number, to make a really simple response. So how old are you? I'm 15. How old are you? I'm 42. Whatever the answer is, just stick I'm in front of it. Not I, but I am. But use the contracted form to sound more natural. I'm number. If you want to make a full sentence, you can say, I'm number years old. Don't forget that S in years. I'm 1,000,000 years old. What did you say? What did you say? If you couldn't quite hear something that someone else said, you can use this question to confirm. Sorry, what did you say? It's a little nicer than just saying, what? What did you say? Or what did you just say? Sorry, what did you say? I couldn't hear you. What's this? What's this when you don't know what something is? What's this? When you're out for dinner, you're out for lunch or something and you find a new food, and you're curious, just say, what's this? To reply to this question, just say, it's blah, blah, blah. What's your name? What's your name? Of course, you should know how to ask this question and how to answer this question. What's your name is a little more natural than what is your name. Again, contracted form will help you sound much more natural. So, what's your name? Someone asks you, you can just give your name, Alicia. That's fine. You can say Alicia. You can say, I'm Alicia. That's fine too. You can say, my name is, or my name's Alicia. Either, any of those are fine. In a more formal situation, a business situation, I would use, my name is, blah, 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 while I shake hands or something. What's your phone number? The next one is, what's your phone number? I would not ask this question right away. Like, maybe you've met the person a few times, but you'd like to contact them, whether it's because you're romantically interested in them or because you want to be better friends with them. But just, if you meet someone for the first time and you're like, what's your phone number? It's like a little creepy. It's a little too much. So, use this question after you've met the person a few times and you want to become better friends. When you want to give your phone number, just say, it's, and the number. That's fine. Just it's blah blah blah. Or my phone number is blah 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 with the number 555-1,000,526. When is your birthday? So maybe you want to plan a birthday party, for example, or it's just another fun question the first time you meet someone. When is your birthday? So when you want to tell someone your birthday, just give the month and the date. January 15th, August 42nd. That's a real day. If you want to make a full sentence, you can say my birthday is month, date. Where are you from? The next word, the next question is where are you from? This can refer to your country or your city, but I feel like more stuff in it refers to your country. So where are you from? Your answer should be I'm from place. I'm from China. I'm from Japan. I'm from Vietnam. I'm from America. Whatever. I'm from bleh. Where did you learn English? The next question is where did you learn English? Where did you learn English? If you're speaking great English, you can say I learned English at EnglishClass101.com. Because you did, because you're watching now. Anyway, where did you learn English? In this case, in the case of like these videos, I learned English online, or I learned English from, and then the school name or the program name. So I learned English from EnglishClass101.com, for example. If you studied English at university, you can say I learned English at university, or I learned English from my friends, perhaps. Where do you live? Where do you live? Depending on the situation where you're asked this can mean your country, like I live in America, I live in China. Sometimes it's about the place in the city where you live, sometimes it's about the country where you live. So you can kind of feel, I think, which type of question is being asked. Where do you work? Where do you work is talking about your job. You can use the pattern, I work at company name, or I work for company name. Either is fine. I work at ABC Company. I work for ABC Company. Either is okay. But, you know, if you have answered with the wrong information, the other person will just ask you, like, oh, I mean, where is your office? Or, oh, I mean, which company do you work for? Use the force for this one. Where is the bathroom? Where is the bathroom? Very important question. Where is the bathroom? In American English, where is the bathroom or where is the restroom is more common than where is the toilet. Using the word toilet is a little bit too direct in American English, so I recommend bathroom or restroom. So those are 15 questions that you should definitely know. Know how to ask these questions and know how to answer these questions. They are very useful and very important for everyday conversation. Thanks very much for joining us. Thank you very much for subscribing. If you haven't subscribed yet, please be sure to do so that you can check our fun stuff every week. With that, we will see you again next time. Bye! If you are a baby watching this video, please contact us because you're amazing.
Did you know my birthday is January 15th before you said that?
No, is it really?
Yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Yeah! Thunderdome in my stomach. That's going at the end of a video, I'm sure. Steak.
Hi everybody, my name is Alicia and welcome
Did you upload peace?